Good morning, everyone. My apologies. Just now, my shirt was being a bit reflective, so I had to go and change my top so you can see me much better. So good morning to you all. Greetings from the class of Steele. My name is Jeannie Steele. I want to acknowledge this morning before we begin our celebration, His Majesty King Edwin Madu. You're welcome, Your Majesty. Our Chief of Protocol, Dr. Donald Ewers. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Excellency. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I want to also acknowledge our youth president, R. Olukoya Olusugan. Welcome to you. And your beautiful wife, Adiola. I also want to acknowledge our COO, Doreen Burunji. Very good to see you. Hello, everyone. Good to see you all. And welcome. Welcome to all our other class of Steele members, and welcome to all our guests. Thank you so much for being here. You all look beautiful today. Today, we are here to celebrate the class of Steele 2nd anniversary. We are happy and proud to say that we have made it to year 2. We have celebrated 2 wonderful years, and we've had many achievements along the 2 years. And we look forward to many, many more years. So for that, we are thankful. What I would like for each of you to do is to start us off on a great note, seeing that I've shared with you what I am thankful for today. I would like everyone to put in the chat something that you are grateful for today. Let's celebrate each and every one of you, not only the class of Steele, but we'll celebrate each other. So if you can, please in the chat, just say something you are grateful for or thankful for on this wonderful day, the 7th of May 2022, when we're here to celebrate the 2nd anniversary of the class of Steele. So go ahead and let us know something that you are thankful for that we can celebrate with you as well. Just put it in the chat. I see Ben says that it's good to be here. Welcome, Ben. Thank you for being here as well. Ruth, Adiola, she said, I am grateful to God for life and for the gift of community like the class of Steele. Wonderful. Yes, we do celebrate life and the gift that we have here in the class of Steele. You're so right, Adiola. Mrs. Pretty said, I'm grateful for life and for being a member of the class of Steele. Yes, she's one of the members of the class of Steele Youth, and we're definitely very happy to have you, Miss Pretty. Stephen, welcome, Stephen. Very good to see that, to know that you are here and to see you. Stephen said he thanks God for life and for being a member of the class of Steele. Yes, Stephen, and we're very, very happy to have you being a member. Margaret, Ambassador Margaret, good to see you this morning from Homemakers Women's Development Initiative. She's thankful for the mentoring and she appreciates the class of Steele and His Excellency Bishop Dr. Steele. Thank you, Ruth, for the congratulations. Kavizeri from our class of Steele Youth, very good to have you here today celebrating with us. He's thankful for all the knowledge he's got from this class. Yes. Thank you all for sharing. Elizabeth is grateful for life. Yes. And the privilege to be here. Well, we're happy to have you here. Happy to have you all here. Thank you so much for sharing what you are thankful for, that we can celebrate with you as well. All the things that we're thankful for, the class of Steele, yes, and life and community, family, and friends. So we thank God, yes, for the opportunity to be here and to celebrate together. So I'll go on with giving you a little history, a little bit about the class of Steele and about our mission. So the class of Steele is an organization founded by His Excellency Dr. Michael Steele and a team of like-minded individuals to educate global citizens, citizen leaders, nation builders for our societies. We provide our members with the opportunities that will empower them as they work towards the fulfillment of their goals, their destinies, while making a great impact in countries around the world. We encourage leaders and consumers to inspire, challenge, and equip others to live out leadership and reach their full potential. We do this through our commitment to offer in-house mentoring and training, as well as through our partnerships with several accredited universities and training institutions globally. Our programs are delivered online and face-to-face. Dr. Steele also uses his association with the United Nations and other leaders to help and advise individuals and nations in Africa and around the world on matters highlighted within the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Our core values are honesty and integrity in all dealings, to work with others in building and empowering of nations, to provide win-win solutions for our partners, associates, and service users, conscientious pursuit of excellence in our approach, to respect the rights, differences, and dignity of others in our endeavor to accomplish the highest national good, and accountability for our actions and conduct universally. What we do here in the class of Steele. Class of Steele provides group and individual mentorship, multidiscipline consultancy services, a network family of professionals and expert individuals from around the globe, certified e-training courses from internationally recognized institutions, seminars and workshops, conferences, and Global Monarchs Forum. As I mentioned earlier in our mission, we spoke about educating global citizens and nation builders. So what I would like to do is to just say a little bit about global citizenship and nation builders. The term global citizenship can refer to the belief that individuals are members of multiple, diverse, local, and non-local networks, rather than single actors affecting isolated societies. A global citizen is an individual who has good awareness and understanding about their family, their community, country, and other nations of the world, and what their place is in all of it. Global citizens are keen on playing an active role in their communities and work with others to bring about and keep peace, build sustainable societies, and promote fairness. In being a global citizen, one would, one, build their own understanding of world events and be able to assess what's going on around them. They will, two, think about their values and what's important to them. Three, they will take learning into the real world. So learning will go beyond the classroom, beyond university, beyond your school environment, into your communities and into other countries of the world. Learning, you will learn more about yourself and your purpose when you do this. A global citizen would challenge ignorance and intolerance, because you will become more tolerant of the other cultures around you and other communities and other people around you. So you will grow more tolerant, and you will come to the place where you will not accept intolerance and ignorance of others. You will get involved in local, national, and global communities. Develop an argument and voice your opinions. See that you have the power to act and influence the world around you, and you would encourage global citizenship in others. Promoting global citizenship will allow you to embrace your social responsibility to act for the benefit of all societies, not just our own. So through international experiences and further education, like what we do here in the class of Steele, individuals will develop a greater awareness, for example, of the challenges faced by others in different parts of the world. This can encourage people to think more deeply about the impact of their decisions and activities that can have an impact on a community in another part of the world. For example, here in the West, it said that, or there's facts showing that a lot of waste from the West ends up in other parts of the world. So when persons here in the West recognize that what they're doing by maybe overusing or not recycling of stuff, that our garbage ends up somewhere else and it affects other people. So when you are more of a global citizen, you are able to see the impacts that we have on others in the world around us. Being a global citizen allows us to actively engage with the world and to help make it a more just and sustainable place for all of us. So now, as we look at nation building, we first characterize a nation builder. Nation builders exhibit characteristics, skills, and values that are important to the nation to which they belong. They demonstrate an eagerness and unwillingness to help others and is concerned with the health of their nation, economics, political, social, legal, and even the well-being of their people. Now, nation building is the process whereby a society of people with diverse origins, histories, languages, cultures, and religions come together within the boundaries of a sovereign state with a unified constitutional and legal dispensation, a national public education system, an integrated national economy, shared symbols and values as equals to work towards eradicating the divisions and injustices of the past, to foster unity, and to promote a countrywide conscious sense of being proud of their nation and committed to the country and open to the continent and to the world. Nation building aims at the unification of the people within the state so that it remains politically stable and viable in the long run. For nation builders to be effective, a nation must first define what success means to them and how they will go about achieving their goals. Though we've been speaking about nation builders, thinking about the future of a nation plays a vital role in nation building. Every individual countryman can play their role in nation building by doing his or her duties in a right manner. One should be sincere about his duties, not only for self, but also in the prospects of the nation. In the present, we have a lot to do for our societies, for our nations, and for the whole world, so that we can see and so that we can leave a future better than one we have today. So here in the class of Steele, we are happy to have the opportunity to help support, guide, and guide great men and women on their purpose-filled journeys. So today, I ask you to join with me as you have to join with me and all the members of the class of Steele as we celebrate our second anniversary, the second anniversary of doing all that I've just shared with you. I would like to now welcome Art Olukoya Olusogen to give his remarks to us on the class of Steele and his journey so far. Art Olukoya, go ahead and unmute. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency Jenny Steele, and I want to acknowledge His Excellency Dr. Michael Steele, mentor, also to recognize COO Doreen Burunji, as well as our Chief of Protocol, Dr. Donald U.S. I want to recognize His Royal Majesty. I also want to recognize King Edwin. I will recognize Bishop Comfort and Reverend Daniel Soporu. Please, I know we are quite a large number, so please allow me to recognize all the excellencies in the house and to say a big congratulations to the leadership of the class of Steele, ably led by His Excellency Dr. Michael Steele for 2 years running and keeping on with the vision of the class of Steele. I was invited to join the class of Steele a little less than 2 years ago. And when I joined the class of Steele, I took time to listen to the direction that the class of Steele is headed. And it was made clear by His Excellency Dr. Michael Steele, and it was elaborated to us today while Her Excellency Jenny Steele was giving the opening remark. I saw an organization that is selfless, that believes so much in people. Dr. Michael Steele And Her Excellency Jeannie Steele did not bother to ask who is Olukoya, but with open arms, I was received into the class of Steele. I came just as I was then, and with all the challenges, with all the struggles that I had, I saw a family that welcomed me into their fold. In the class of Steele, I have come to have a very big family that is not just, that is big enough to accommodate me and also able to come to my level and to receive me in. Of course, I must say that when I joined the class of Steele, I was nowhere where I am today. I know the struggles I was having, aside from the fact that I like to keep to myself in my own quiet way. And I believe that, of course, I have some level of knowledge. But by the time I listened to His Excellency Dr. Michael Steele for the first time, he was talking about currency. And he was explaining the difference between currency and money. That opened me up to a whole new world of understanding that what I carry inside can also be brought out to be of benefit both to myself and to the world at large. And so I took my time to connect with what is going on in the class of Steele. And at a time, because I was having some struggles financially, I had to explain to His Excellency that I will have to leave the class of Steele because I'm very uncomfortable with not being able to pay for my subscription, which of course was nothing compared to the value of what we were getting from the class of Steele. And he made a statement that I should not back out. I should not give up. I should show up. And I remember I stayed on until towards the ending of the year. And he now said, because Dr. Michael Steele is a man with many giftings, and he can operate in any of the giftings at any time. And in that particular meeting, he now said he wants to speak to each and every one of us. And when it got to my turn, he said, Olukoya, the coming year, you are going to be very busy, that it will even be difficult to see you. And honestly, as we enter the following year, and he said, I will be getting into the corridors of power. He said all kinds of wonderful stuff that if I was to compare my life with what he was saying, where I was with what he was saying, it would look almost impossible to believe what he was saying. And he kept speaking to my life and telling me that I am a global architect. I'm going to be a world-renowned architect. Nigeria is going to celebrate me and things like that. And all of a sudden, all these things started happening in quick successions. I was made a council member of the Nigerian Institute of Architects. I was also elected to head the institute in Plateau State. I started getting projects and jobs all over the place, including Abia State, Abuja, Plateau State, Lagos, and different parts of the country. And even opening new companies, both within and outside. And when I started getting some recognitions, getting some awards, even from our national body of Nigerian Institute of Architects, I now remembered, because those things he said, I documented them. And I started checking them, and I discovered that the class of Steele is way beyond just what we see at face value. There is more to the class of Steele than meets the eye. And so I want to say that a lot of things have happened since I joined the class of Steele. My knowledge base has increased. My understanding of being a global citizen has increased. I have been called several times to come and serve in national committees of not just my institute, government. He also said that government institutions will call me, governments of Nigeria will call me and give me responsibility, and which are things that I have been enjoying and has been happening in my life. So I want to say that aside from just attending the class of Steele, either on for the 3 days in the week and Saturday for the youth, there is more to the class of Steele than we are seeing. And I want to say that though I have become so busy, I'm just trying to manage my time and myself so that I don't break down. But each time you don't see me in the class of Steele, know that I am pained not to be there. It's not that I enjoy being absent, because the truth is that we have an adage in my side of the country that the water that forgets its source will soon dry up. I can never forget what class of Steele, His Excellency and Her Excellency and all the members of class of Steele had contributed and are still contributing to my life. I can never forget. I appreciate it. I love it. And I want to say that for every one of us, I want to congratulate us for being part of the class of Steele and to let us know that we are not in the wrong place. And whatever contributions we make, like when after each class, we are asked to give our take. Sometimes it's from the take that some of us will get additional knowledge and insight into the topic that is being treated. So I want to say that we should keep on keeping on in the class of Steele. We should believe in the 100-year vision of the class of Steele, which we are all part of, and we are going to hand over to generations after us. So I want to say I believe in the class of Steele. I believe in His Excellency Michael Steele and Jeannie Steele. And I also want to congratulate every one of us for the 2 years we are celebrating today, and to thank every one of us for being part of the class of Steele. I love Dr. Michael Steele and his family so much. I love everyone in the class of Steele. And I've said it before, this is my family. I feel I can feel vulnerable in the class of Steele and not be attacked, in the class of Steele, but rather protected in the class of Steele. So I want to salute every one of us in the class of Steele and say, I love you. I love the class of Steele. I love everyone in the class of Steele. Let's keep on keeping on. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Architect Olukoya Olusokan. We love you so much too. And your family, your beautiful wife, I see her there. Hello, Adiola, also a member of the class of Steele. And I also saw that your daughter is also logged in, and we welcome your family. We love you all. We keep on lifting you all. And I'm happy, very, very happy and thrilled and proud of your progress, proud of all that you are achieved, have achieved so far, all that you will achieve in the future, all you will continue to achieve, you and your family. We are very proud and delighted to be a part of your journey. And thank you for being here in the class of Steele. Because of you, we are who we are. We are able to do what we do. We are able to help you to grow and succeed. So thank you once again, Ark Olukoya. Thank you so much. At this time, I would like to call on Dr. Charles Onichi, also a member of the class of Steele. Welcome, Dr. Charles.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's a pleasure to come to the class of Steele. And I must give glory to God for the anchor, the man that is a spearhead of the class of Steele, in the person of Dr. Michael Steele. And of course, the doer of the thing, Lady Jenny Steele, Your Excellency, and also Excellency, Your Excellency, Dr. Donald U.S., and Your Excellency, the Royal Highness Edwin Madu, and all the excellencies in the house. Your Excellency, though I went to school a little bit, but I discovered in my life that I needed a family that will help me or give me a push in order to realize my vision and to put my vision to work. So I've been searching until my brother linked me with Dr. Ewes last year. And during my long discussion with him, I told him my visions and the things I've been going through. He told me that there is a place where I can come and I will get the nuggets and the tips how to put my vision to fruition. So he brought me to the class of Steele. And when I came first, I was so skeptical because I have walked around and stayed with many people that we are false. But as time goes on, I discovered that this class of Steele was actually where I was meant to be, most especially in the area of mentorship and vision development. So I began to listen to the lectures of Dr. Michael Steele, Lady Steele, and Donald Ewes, and some of the guest teachers in the class of Steele. And I discovered what Michael Steele was hammering about leadership development, that everybody is supposed to be groomed as an ambassador. Like myself, who is a preacher man that has doctorate in theology, I have to quite represent Christ as an ambassador of Christ wherever I go. And as a Nigerian, wherever I go, I have to be an ambassador representing the nation and even Black race as a Black man. Then he taught us that, first of all, for you to be a leader, you have to have what is called self-development. Because if a leader is not developed, how can a blind man lead a blind man. Then they will all fall into the ditch. So, and while he was teaching, I was making copious notes, because I know that if I apply all these things in my life, that sky will be my starting point, not my limit. I will go beyond the sky. So, and he talked about, why do you need to develop yourself? And while he was saying all this, and I discovered that the problem we have in Africa is that we have a lot of leaders that doesn't even know where they are going. And if you don't know where you are going, how can you take somebody there? So by self-development, we learn that you have to start developing yourself, because as a leader, you have to have a step above the people that you are leading in order to lead them well. So all these things I learned in class of Steele. And then how can an intended leader embark on self-development? Michael Steele does not mince word in trying to tell us that you have to have an adequate training. And this during this training, you have to make a lot of research and then study. That a studious leader is a leader that is going very, very far in life. And those that are led will go far with him. Then he began to teach us concerning that if you will be a leader, most especially a leader that will not have a cocoon or border, that you have to know and be very, very accommodating. You should know that we have diversity in ethnicity, races, and others. And you have to understand their norms and values. I told him, yeah. While I was giving my take in during that thing, I said, yeah, that's what I have in problem. I remember the first time I went to American Embassy. There's somebody that was speaking to me was expecting me to establish eye contact, look at the person, talking to him eyeball to eyeball. That was American norms and values. But me, in our own Africa, if somebody, most especially a superior, is talking to you and you look into his eyes, it is a pure mark of disrespect. So when all these things happen, I begin to know how we will be able to accommodate one another, knowing that we have diversity in norms and values. So in class of Steele, he taught us that if you must be a leader, you must embrace integrity and be honest in everything you are doing. You should be a leader with example. And you must know how to abide by the law, embrace rule of law. When he was teaching us that, he opened my eyes and I discovered that the community where I belong is a community where people think that the law is being enacted by the superiors for the inferiors to obey. That some certain people are above the law. But Michael Steele made me to understand in the leadership training that a leader is supposed to show the first example of being law-abiding and maintaining the rule of law, for no one is supposed to be above the law. Then, as we began to move, I was able to understand that a leader is supposed to have what is called a growth mindset. That the mindset of the leader is supposed to be very dynamic. And the ability to grow and embrace development. Embracing development, like I remember when I was doing my first degree, I graduated without using computer at all. The first time I saw computer then was in exams and record when I went and saw the compute exam, my results. But I have to go for a private training to be acquainted with computer. And believe you me, when I was doing master's and doctorate, I discovered that everything I did there was computer-based. So if I didn't go, and that is why you talk about being updating, all these things I learned from the class of Steele. And then the most important aspect that made me love this class of Steele is that everyone that comes to the class of Steele, the team will just observe you carefully by interaction and know the area of your strength and area of your weakness. And they will help you to tidy your weaknesses and then to give you leverage to harness your strength. I remember there was one day he was teaching and I discovered something. I told him or something that happened, story. Something that happened in a story that a king of a certain city wanted to make somebody a successor of the throne. And he had only one daughter, and that person will marry the daughter. Then suddenly, he invited all the young men to seek the hand of the little girl or the girl in marriage. And during that, they have to dive and swim through the swimming pool. Everybody undressed to dive into the swimming pool. Suddenly, a helicopter flied across and dropped alligators and crocodiles into the pool. And they asked everybody, okay, dive in now. Those that undressed began to wear back their dresses. And suddenly, to the amazement of everybody, a young man dived into this pool and maneuvered through the crocodiles and come out. Then the king asked him, what gave you the leverage? The young man, as he was passing, said, somebody pushed me. Sometimes we need a little leverage to be pushed in order to realize our visions. This was what I got from the class of Steele. And like the principles of Isaac Newton, first law of motion, he said an object remains in a state of rest or a uniform motion in a straight line, except acted upon by an external force. I believe that Dr. Steele and the class of Steele is the force that acts on somebody, a member of the class of Steele, in order to harness and deploy your potentials. Before I come to the class of Steele, I have visions. I didn't know how to analyze my visions, but I was taught in the class of Steele vision development. And most important thing is to seek vision, people that will help you develop and enhance your vision, and mentorship. And you must develop accountability. And in these things, it helped me a lot. And within the short period I have been in the class of Steele, the wealth of knowledge I gathered there has made me to have published 2 books, and I have written 5 waiting for publication. And even in my ministry, I have started another branch and then began a discipleship school where I train pastors and ministers of the gospel. Believe you me, I am not here to blow the trumpet of class of Steele, but because I cannot have the truth and hide it from myself, so I must testify that the class of Steele has helped me a lot to develop and harness and put the potentials I have in me to work. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And I'm so happy and so glad to celebrate with the members of the class of Steele in this 2 years anniversary. Of a truth, I can beat my chest and say, I am one of the most beneficial of this class of Steele. Remain blessed. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
You're welcome. You're welcome. When you see me doing this, for those of when you see us class of Steele members doing this, this is how we greet and celebrate each other in the class of Steele. This is our way. This is our way of celebration. So I celebrate you, Dr. Charles. Thank you so much for what you have shared. It has truly been a pleasure having you in the class of Steele. You always, as His Excellency would say, you always make him go the extra mile. You give him food for thought, and you make him dig deep. Make him dig deep to share information and knowledge with you. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. You as well have caused others in the class of Steele to grow because of the person that you are, and because of what you help to pull out of them, and what you help to pull out of His Excellency during class of Steele sessions. And I'm very happy to hear that you are excelling. Dr. Charles, I'm happy to hear of your testimony, your books, and the projects and your ministries. I am so proud of you, and I'm glad equally to be a part of your journey, myself, all the other members of class of Steele, and His Excellency, Dr. Michael Steele. And I'm sure Dr. Donald Ewers is very proud to hear your testimony, because he is the one who introduced you to the class of Steele. So I'm sure he's sitting there, I can see him smiling and being very proud of what you have shared. So once again, thank you so much for sharing, Dr. Charles. God bless you also. Thank you so much. I would also now like to call upon Reverend Stephen Abu, another member of the class of Steele, who will share with you also. And he is out of Nigeria, same as Dr. Charles. And Art Olukoye, who shared earlier, they're all out of the country of Nigeria. Go ahead, Reverend Stephen, you can unmute yourself. Thank you.
Good morning, every excellence in the house. I want to greet the GOC, the Grand Commander, who is always behind, bringing everything now in well-established points, and all that. Our mentor, Dr. Michael Steele, to shout to us. Meals that are
Reverend
very
Stephen,
palatable.
Reverend Stephen,
yes.
Sorry for breaking your discourse. Can you please use the phone rather than use your headset? Because with your headset, we're not able to hear you directly. So can you speak directly into your phone, if possible?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you much better now. Thank you.
Okay, I want to bless the GOC in the house, who is coordinating now, Her Excellency Jenny Steele, for the packages, for the meals she has been putting together and giving our mentor together with and to give to us, meals that are not just only palatable, but very, 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 very good and nutritious to our bones. I want to greet the Excellency in the house, my mentor, Dr. Michael Steele, Her Excellency Jenny Steele, the wife. I want to greet the Excellencies in the house, the Chief of Protocol, Donald Euros, Dr. Donald Euros. I want also to greet Architect Olusegun Olokoya. I want to greet his wife also, Her Excellency Adjola. I want to greet my auntie, Her Excellency Georgina Zioness Amaka. I want to greet His Royal Majesty, the Ogeletu Edward Mado Ifeanyi. I want to greet the CEO in the house, missing her, Doreen Burundi. I want also to greet Her Excellency Bishop Comfortado, Her Excellency Margaret Ahmed, Her Excellency Margaret Ahmed, and other excellencies in the house. Please pardon me. My great father, Reverend Elendo Daniel Sopro, and also Dr. Charles Onyechi, who just spoke. I joined just about 4 to 5 months ago. My auntie put me in when I just finished my master's in civil engineering, and I was hoping to do something else, go into the field after working severally. And I was looking at prospects in life to look at. And as a reverend, that I have a church that I fashioned, and I came in. And the first meeting with our mentor opened my perspective of life. Words that I have been hearing, I've been getting, and topics I've heard before that didn't open my eyes to things. When he spoke, when he teaches, these things are made open. Things are brought up, like another rhema of things are brought up. I began to say, okay, what is this? This is knowledge from afar, knowledge, explainable knowledge that you cannot get elsewhere, but only from people of great wealth of the knowledge. And the first thing was, he taught me about what's holding me back. And I looked at myself, what is holding me back? And he talked about time management, an aspect of what's holding me back. What am I using? What am I judiciously using my time for? How do I, walk through the day? How do I calculate and do things in reference to time? Time is always moving, and we need to do things per time. People who wants to be ambassadors, who wants to be leaders, how to take care of time, and various perspectives. We're talking about conflict management. What is conflict management? Conflict. What are the negative views of being successful or success? How do people view it? In my country, how do people view negative view? If you see a rich man, a rich person in my place, they'll begin to say, no, he stole money from the government. He did this and did that. What are the negative views that they have? What is success itself? Success is a journey. Just the same way class of Steele is a journey. And every time there is a class, I hunger. I hunger to come in because I believe that I will be filled, not only by the words that come out, but by the testimonies of others that are gathering. So palatable words, so great impact in my life that I began to see that this ecosystem, Michael Steele, Dr. Michael Steele, keep on saying the ecosystem is not just meant for you, it's meant for everybody to palatable. And I began to extend it to, not just my family, but to the people around me. They begin to see the influence. Now, when I speak, my heads are up. My heart is so blink. I know more fear because I have a belief. There's a belief system. I need to work on my belief system. When I speak as if I speak from an authority that comes from. And this authority is only gotten now by what I have learned, what I'm going through in the class of Steele. And anytime I speak and I move around, I move in that air of class of Steele because of the gathering knowledge, the global knowledge. I'm no more a local champion. I'm a global person. I've been seen as a global person. Every issues in life are seen from different dimensions. They are seen from different dimensions. It was holding me back. The power of belief, the spoken word, change mindset, your mindset, changing your mindset, changing things. Replace every negative attitude with positive ones. Move with positive people. These are things that, in this society they will have, that we have strange thoughts in where I live. Things can never be changed. Things can never happen positively. There is no future for this country. There is no future for this. And then begin to say, but with coming to the class of Steele, I'm encountering my mentor, Michael Steele. It has given me a fresh perspective to life. It has brought life to me. It has made me to, impact my family, positive things. And I began to see my children and people around me, I impact positive. I become like also a small mentor to people around, a mentee or a mentor to them, to begin to, impact them, the little things, the great things that I hear from that. Such a great impact within a short time. It's a journey, and we are going another 100 years. Wow, 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 wow. I don't think I will reach 100 years before exploding. My personal life, My working life has improved. When I move about, I seal the class of Steele. Now I can go around like an ambassador of class of Steele, to begin to, say reputable things in reference, to what they are doing in my life. As an ambassador, you are supposed to distinguish yourself, ambassador of peace with integrity, great integrity, peace of mind. You need to do it. So the impact is so great in my society. I have young persons there that are looking for mentorship, that are looking for things to do after secondary school. I go close to them and I begin to, in my little way to impact the ecosystem, impact people positively to bring out a positive reform in life, because they will be the future leaders that are coming on. They will be the future persons that are coming on. My friends and colleagues I had before, with this class of Steele, I've been, talking with them severally on different issues. Well, the issues on reset, very mind-blowing. What is the reset? What is going on? The COVID era. What are the implications and all that? These are very things that have created not just only spiritual, but mental and physical growth in my life. It has been a great journey. It has been a great time. I will still continue. The impact is great and my environment is feeling it. I am grateful to Micro Steele, the class of Steele, very mighty persons. By the time they contribute, I don't have any outer or question not to ask again. I should say that I'm the one that asks a lot of questions in class, but because I know that once I've taken notes, I will make notes. And the next thing is to begin to apply it onto my environment. I am grateful for the Steele family. I'm grateful for the class of Steele. I continue to remain Stephen Abu from Lagos. Thank you, ma.
Thank you so very much, Stephen Abu, one of our most recent members to the class of Steele, only joining this year. And it's a pleasure having you. You're very enthusiastic about the class of Steele, very enthusiastic, always asking very good questions that give us all good food for thought, And thank you so much for being the person that you are and bringing what you have on board, your gifts, your talents, and your knowledge to share with us in a class of Steele. It has been a pleasure to have you for the short time that we have so far. We look forward to continuing this beautiful journey with you and your community, your family. We bless you. We love you as well, just as we love all of the members of the class of Steele. Thank you so much, Stephen, for your sharing, for your kind remarks and your kind words. And I'm glad that you are benefiting from what we are doing here in the class of Steele. Blessings be upon you, sir. So we're going now to China, where we will welcome Ruth Gordon, Mrs. Gordon from the class of Steele Youth. She is one of our youth members, class of Steele youth members, and she will share with you now on her experience in the class of Steele Youth. Go ahead, Ruth, can unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency Jenny Steele. I believe you can hear me. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. It's good evening from my end here. I would like to acknowledge the Excellencies here, Dr. Michael Steele and Her Excellency Dr. Jenny Steele, Your Excellency Doreen Burunji, Bishop Dr. Comfort Josela Edu, Grandmaster Shu Wai Chang, and all the other partners, including all the members of the class of Steele from across the globe. Pardon me if I did not mention your name. Yeah, and then architect Godwin Olusegun Olukoya, Her Excellency Dr. Anita Davis before, His Excellency Dr. Donald Ewis, and all other excellencies on the call, all protocol observed. I greet you all and congratulations to our second anniversary. My name is Ruth from Gordon, and I am honored to give a speech on behalf of the class of Steele youth. Yes, before I joined the class of Steele, I had a problem dealing with stage fright that's presenting in public. I realized I needed a mentor, someone to groom me to overcome that fear. So I got to know about this class of Steele through an aunt. She could not really give me a vivid description about what the class is all about. But out of my curiosity, I took a decision to join. And I can tell you, since I joined, I have really overcome most of my challenges. As you can see from here, the courage to sit behind the PC to do this presentation. I have really worked on myself, and all thanks to the class of Steele. Thank you so much. Now, I joined, and I can tell you, yes, I have never regretted joining this class. I have mastered that courage to speak in public, even though sometimes there are hiccups here and there, but I try to overcome it because I'm still in the grooming process. Yeah, I'm still in the grooming process. The class of Steele is an international executive platform that grooms, motivates, brings together the youth of different nations and cultures. They take us through the professional grooming with passion being the pivot. The class of Steele is so passionate about the future of the youth. Yeah, so the class of Steele is a place where you are exposed to learning skills, different kinds of learning skills by seasoned men and women who are very knowledgeable and successful in their fields. And with their experience, they empower us to achieve our goal with their grooming lessons, with the advices, with the suggestions they make, with sometimes the reprimands. If you will have that learnable spirit, reprimands will not do anything to you. Yeah, sorry for that. So it is a class that is designed to inspire you to move to the next level. Having been in the class of Steele for 6 months now, I have never regretted joining the class of Steele because it has helped me renew my mindset about life. It has shaped my thoughts and improved my human relations with people. Formerly, I used to think otherwise, like my thinking was one way kind of thinking, but since I joined the class of Steele, I have opened my mind to so many things. I'm open to so many things. So accepting and acknowledging the different dynamics of life, the class of Steele takes us through teaching such as educational travel, empowering the individual for global discussions, building up your profile from vision to reality. Please excuse me. I'm so sorry for that. I'm so sorry for that break. A call came through my phone. Yes, so as I was saying, accepting and acknowledging the different dynamics of the class takes us through teaching such as educational travel, empowering the individual for global discussions, building up your profile from vision to reality, emotional intelligence, operating outside of disappointment. When you are disappointed on an issue, how do you deal with it? The class of Steele has helped me to deal with certain disappointments and even prevent future disappointment. Character and attitude building or personal development down to personal branding. Among all these lessons, what has put me on my toes is the personal branding. As an individual, I feel I should rebrand myself. How? I didn't know how until I joined the class of Steele, which we are still having it in series. This topic opened my eyes to so many things that if I should say it here, I believe I'll consume all the time. Yes, so many things that I can do to myself positively. I thought It taught me that every interaction is an opportunity to learn something new. My brand is my image. It made me realize that how I carry myself is my image. My brand defines my value and the benefits I bring, among others. The lessons are packed with knowledge. One thing that makes it stand out is that the lessons are diverse. It's cut across. It's you see yourself in the lessons, whether you, regardless of your age, you still find yourself in it, because there is one thing that will definitely be of concern to you. So that the lessons are diverse and directed to address every facet of life and pruning persons to become better individuals, a better version of yourself. This is a testimony from one of my colleagues in the class of Steele. She's Uloma Kanebi. She said that my entire family, quote and unquote, my entire family, my husband, my kids, myself, we are always looking forward for this lecture. We are always looking forward for this lecture days. It's always refreshing, reassuring, and intentionally redirecting us to the right path. If just 50% of the global youth populace can get connected with the teachings shared on the Class of Steele platform, trust me, crime rate, violence, insecurity will radically cut down. Yes, we have been armed with a powerful strength of dialogue, bearing in mind respect for all, irrespective of one's physical looks, background, and qualification. One thing I have really come to admire about this class of Steele is that it doesn't discriminate, regardless of who you are in society, whether you are able or not, you are a family. You are really highly regarded. So the class of Steele is a class that is breeding a unique set of leaders who are globally really ready to be positive change, to bring positive changes to their community, their country of origin, and the world at large. Through the class of Steele, I believe most of us here have networked with people from all walks of life. I have. It has, and still empowering the youth to unearth our hidden potentials for the benefit of society. The class of Steele Youth is a life-changing experience for me. It has empowered me to become confident. We have strong contact and communication around the globe. And then it teaches us how to handle advanced and critical issues, both at home, even in our marriages, in our relationships, at our workplaces, and even our national issues, how we should tackle it. I remember one of the classes, we were asked to speak to our president. I bet you, I didn't know what to say at that time. I just went off camera all of a sudden. Yes, but through the class of Steele, we have been groomed even on how to address the first gentleman of our nations. And this is really an amazing place to be. This is really an amazing place to be. The class of Steele is not just a class for grooming, it is also a class of lovely family as well. You find yourself welcomed into a family full of love and caring people. I remember one of the days I took ill. I was very sick on my hospital bed, yet I joined the class. The moment Dr. Steele heard my voice and he heard I was not feeling well, yet I joined the class, I managed to join the class. Oh my God, he burst into tongues, compelled everybody to pray for me. I mean, that love that we all shared on that platform made me feel so loved. Not only that, the next day he called me to give me some antidotes, something that I should do to boost my recovery. And it was so amazing, you know. And I also felt so loved by the call of Bishop Dr. Comfort, my colleagues, Uloma, and Pretty, Agnes, and Ahaji. And then I think, most of them called. And Dr. Architect Olukoya, yes, he also gave me a private call. And in fact, I was really loved. I really appreciate that family bond. And I pray that it will never, ever stop or end. Yes, so you get to be reassured that no matter the circumstances you find yourself, you'll be encouraged to be upright and stand for what you believe. Our leaders are just tolerant, they are loving, assertive, patient, and above all, very passionate about the future of the youth. This is a class that is free, but not cheap. This is very free. We are not paying a dime, but it is also not cheap because its hallmark is integrity, honesty, loyalty, and discipline. So if you cannot be part of this class if you are not disciplined, if you are not loyal, if you are not honest even with yourself, you can't be part of this class. Yes, so a fantastic place to be. This is really a fantastic place to be. The recent conference for the men and women, coupled up with the youth conference dated 12 March 2020, were also so amazing. 5 of us had the opportunity to be speakers at this conference. We had Agnes Bananzi from Ghana. She spoke on the reason why I hold back in giving my response. Uloma Kanebi from Nigeria spoke on building a positive network of people, and Uloma refreshed our minds on who a leader is supposed to be. In her presentation, she made it clear that a leader inspires confidence in his leaders, and I believe that is what we are getting from the class of Steele. He inspires leadership, he inspires confidence. He inspires us to be courageous in everything that we are doing. Our various study of field study. A leader puts structures in place for teamwork. You cannot lead your people to work as a team if there are no structures. How would they work? So a leader puts structures in place for teamwork, and also a leader should be teachable. A leader should be teachable. As young as we are, when we are in the class of Steele, Dr. Michael Steele also listens to us whenever we are making our submissions, and he even appreciates the fact that we are saying something. Yeah, he appreciates the fact that we are saying something, and it's really encouraging to us to be part of this class as well. So the only gentleman among us who was in the person of Uji Vanga Kazaveri spoke on the topic, the value of strength when you are feeling weak. When you are feeling weak, where do you draw your strength? And it was so amazing. He opened our eyes to so many things, psychological issues that people are walking as you see them, they are walking normal, but you have no idea of what is going on inside them. Yes, and Uzowara Uchena also spoke on the reason why I take notes. Oh, that was a mind blowing. One of my friends that I invited, she said she was so happy that she joined that conference because she really took notes. She took notes, yes. And I also spoke on the demand culture places on you in another environment. All these topics were chosen by our mentors based on the constant interactions they have had with us and the careful observations they have made. The presenters did great with what they were assigned to. I spoke on the topic and the demand culture places on you in another environment based on my current location. I am in China, a different location altogether with different culture, different language, different food. Everything is so different from where I'm coming from. So what are some of the demands that my staying here has put on me? I have to adjust myself and adapt. And it has taught me so much. This topic really made me understand a lot of things that I felt should be normal. But I came to realize that it is what I feel should be normal in my country. Here is not all of them are normal. Some are wrong. What I feel should be is right back home. Over here is not right. So the culture variance are so much that I have to adjust myself and adapt. There's a saying that if you cannot beat them, you join them. If you cannot eat their food, you cannot prepare their food, you join to eat their food. Yes, so if you cannot beat them, you join them. And I have really adapted to those Chinese situation to the extent that even when we are under lockdown, I don't feel I don't feel the stress that I'm under lockdown. Yes. So this topic made me realize that one needs to psych him or herself to adjust and to adapt to new environments. It made me realize that there is no better way of doing things. It is just a different way. It is just a different way. It has made me more adaptable to the changing world. Having the ability to adapt has helped me to also plan for my future trips and all that, because I have gotten the understanding that culture is diverse, and what I have experienced here might be different elsewhere. So I have it at the back of my mindset whenever I'm traveling to a different place, I should prepare for to experience different things. Yes. So to add to this, the class of Steele is also spreading its tentacles in partnering with IGRAF School of Music in Ghana, in grooming the youth, the young ones, to also become globally relevant. This is a school that has school children after school. They are engaged in playing musical instruments. We have the culture dance as well. And this school has a vision of it has the vision of bringing out the essence, the value, the importance of music in our society, especially back home. Most people don't pay attention to music, but it has a lot of impact on our lives. And that is the vision of the school. So the class of Steele is partnering with IGRAF School of Music to come up with a music academy, and expect that in the pipeline. It's also coming. So if I would say that there is no better place to be than to be part of this great family. It's not just a class, but it's a family filled with love, a family that is tolerant, a family that is very assertive, a family that will make you feel at home. Yes. So look no further if you're looking for a grooming class or a grooming family. Join the class of Steele and you will never, ever regret. On behalf of the class of Steele youth, we are proud to be part of this, and I am super proud to be part of this class. Thank you so much. Back to you, Your Excellency.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ruth. I'm very happy that you are very proud of where you are in the class of Steele. Yes, it's been a pleasure to have you as a part of the class of Steele. All the other members of the class of Steele Youth, we are very proud of you, how far you have come, and we have been so delighted with the conference. Thank you once again for the class of Steele Youth Convention that we had earlier. It was brilliant. Thank you so much as well for participating in the convention. We call it a convention, with all the other class of Steele Youth members, and for sharing your knowledge and experience, your cultural knowledge and experience from being there in China with us. So we have a surprise for you, Ruth.
Come on, let's celebrate them again. Let's celebrate them again. Come on, that was well done. Ruth, please tell us what we just saw briefly, quickly. Just give us a quick rundown of what we just saw. Your husband sent it to us just to surprise you. Unmute yourself, Ruth.
God, I was so much pissed off when the video was delaying that he was going to. I felt so bad that I didn't get the video on time to send to you. But I didn't know that you guys have planned something behind me, and that was so wonderful. Actually, this is the dance group, the dancing department in the school. They dance to just want to add some spice to the occasion as we are having today. Yes, and the dance is about Apatampa. Apatampa literally means it's a story about two animals that were fighting, and a hunter got there to try to bring peace by separating them. And literally it means Apata Ampa. So I believe Bishop Dr. Comfort Edu can relate. Yeah, so this is just to intervene a fight between, it's a proverb actually. So we usually do this dance to entertain our guests and then add some spice to occasions like this. And this is the dancing group. We have the musical group. I think I've sent you a mail in your inbox right now. It's a picture slide with the music side, the piano side, the trombone, the organ side, the cello side, and all the other musical instruments, children playing, a picture of it in a video. So I don't know if we can play that one in a minute. Yeah, so that's what the school is about. Children like this. We also have adults who are interested and they are also there. We train them as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Ruth, for your contribution and also for being a part of the class of Steele. We so appreciate you. Come on again, let's celebrate Ruth in China, and she's doing a great work there, because I do have a great time when we come to class and they're Chinese in the class. It's 3 in the morning, but they are there on Saturday in the class of Steele Youth, which is a part of the corporate social responsibility from the class of Steele, where we just give back to the youth to make sure that they are equipped with good, relevant information. Sorry for jumping in. Good evening to everybody. We're gonna have Her Excellency Zionist Amaka Curry, and she's gonna share her experience in the class of Steele, and then I will come right after and jump into some stuff with regards to the anniversary celebration. Zionist Amaka Curry here in the United Kingdom. Go ahead, Zionist, unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Wow, what a day. What a day, what a privilege to be in class of Steele, to be part of class of Steele, to witness the diversity of the global outreach of class of Steele and the immense value added benefit that class of Steele is providing across all boundary, across all culture, across all degree of knowledge and wisdom. It is a pleasure. My name is Zioness Amaka Georgina Curry, and I hereby greet all of you. I greet His Excellency, Dr. Bishop Michael Steele, looking very elegant. And I hope I match your elegancy, Your Excellency. And the First Lady, Her Excellency, Janine Steele, I greet you. His Royal Majesty, our King, King Edward Madu, I greet you. And I greet my sister, Doreen, Her Excellency, Ambassador Doreen Burungi. Nice to see you. Saw you smiling there. Our mother, Her Excellency, Dr. Bishop Comfort Edu Akwaba. I hope I said it right. But if I don't, I will learn. Greetings to you, ma'am. I greet you, Your Excellency, Dr. Donald Hughes, looking so African in your attire. I should have had one like that as well. Greetings to you, sir. And I greet you, my mentor, His Excellency Olusegun, Architect Olusegun Olukoya, and my sister, Her Excellency Adeola Olukoya. I also greet you, His Excellency Stephen Abu, our father, His Excellency Reverend Daniel Soporo, and Your Excellency Ruth Gordon, I greet you. You actually enlightened me today. I'm so impressed, and I look forward to speaking to you at some point. There's so much knowledge to gain from you. In fact, if His Excellency will allow me, I will say you've spoken for me. I should just take a back seat and enjoy the occasion. However, I believe I have some addition of mine because each one of us have gained individually as well as corporately as member of a class of Steele. I don't believe, if I've left anybody out, please excuse me because His Excellency is on my screen, so I cannot see everybody. So my apology if I left anybody out. I love you all, and my greetings to all the excellencies on this platform and globally, because we are a global members of Class of Steele. I have heard from most excellencies and, on the benefit, what they have gained from Class of Steele. It is huge. I sat here thinking, imagine if this can be quantified financially or qualified financially. Are we going to count the benefit in billions or trillions? Or it's huge, it's monumental. Knowledge is one that one cannot weigh, cannot equal to money, because knowledge is priceless. And here we are, through His Excellency and the First Lady, being blessed with wealth of knowledge that is so diverse and wide-reaching. Yes, so I'm a beneficiary of a Class of Steele. Before I go any further, I would like to quote my mentor, His Excellency Bishop Dr. Steele. In one of his lectures in August 2021, he made mention, he taught us on legacy. And he made mention that legacy is not necessarily money or company. He said that legacy is a footprint left on a framework. And with that, I'm saying that my coming to Class of Steele has been me coming in to be part of the legacy of Class of Steele. And because I've benefited from Class of Steele, I'm going to leave a legacy also for others. I will leave a legacy also for others, not necessarily in the future, but now, because of what I learned from Class of Steele. Whenever somebody asks me a question, things that I may have known the answer to, but which I lack the sufficient articulation to respond, Class of Steele has allowed me, enabled me to respond. I know what, when I respond with confidence because it was researched before it was given to me. So no man is going to say to me, it wasn't research, it's not accurate, it's not appropriate, because if anybody say that to me, I will refer them to my mentor. And so I had that confidence to speak and to share with people on any of the knowledge that I gained from Class of Steele. In coming to Class of Steele, I have dealt with, or I've learned, I've sat in the class and studied subjects such as emotional intelligence. There's no way I may know about it, but I never had a grounding knowledge on emotional intelligence. I've been taught on leadership skill, leadership qualities. My leadership understanding and ability has been enhanced as a result. You see, leadership appropriation, sometime the opportunity arises when you're within certain work setting. And for that reason, some people like myself, I believe the parameter of my leadership is either within my children, within my family, or within the church. But what Class of Steele is done is to prepare me for wherever that opportunity will come up. Class of Steele is preparing me to demystify that idea that I must be in a managerial position to be able to understand the nitty-gritty, the dynamics of leadership skill, leadership quality, or what is required of me. And so what I see happening is gathering information. Some of the information is so huge, it might not be applicable to every situation. Most of the information can be applicable to all information. But what I see is that the adequacy of what I am getting from Class of Steele is preparing me, enhancing me to respond to any situation, knowledge situation, social dynamic situation that will arise in the future, in the now, within my family and external. In the Class of Steele as well, I have learned such subject as humanitarianism. This was presented to us not long ago by His Excellency, Dr. Donald Hughes. It broadened my mindset. It gave me a better understanding. You see, like Dr. Charles and His Excellency, Dr. Charles Onyechi mentioned, he gained mentorship and vision development by being in Class of Steele. And His Excellency, Stephen Abu mentioned that he is no longer a local champion, but a global champion as a result of a Class of Steele. And also listening to Ruth Gordon, Her Excellency, she mentioned that she's exposed to learning she has a family from whom she learned from, and she's exposed to seasoned learned men and women. And so collectively, we've seen that Class of Steele, I have seen that Class of Steele has been so impactful, and it bridges every divide, men and women, every race. There is a place, a platform for learning, a framework for growth. Class of Steele is inspiring. It inspires you to think beyond the confine of what you already know. It inspires you to think beyond the confine of comfort, and it inspires you with discipline. It's only in the Class of Steele that you have His Excellency saying, no religion, put it aside. And he tells you off. He don't call you aside to tell you whether you have gray hair like me or not. He tells you straight away, no religion, it's all humanitarian. And it's amazing. It's amazing, because when you step outside and you are inclined to put the heart of a dividing line, you hear His Excellency saying, no, because you're coming to class within the next day, and you're still going to hear. He maintains that value, that principle, that moral principle of loving one another irrespective of who we are. This is the only class where you have the leader so firm on not having any religion being brought into the class. You don't get it elsewhere. It's every man for himself. You pay your fee wherever you are, you get taught what you pay for. Your moral upbringing is up to you. But here we have the dynamic of teaching, learning, being disciplined, being mentored, being taught, being helped. Like Ruth was saying, she was poorly. And yet the love that came around her while she was poorly gave her a strong confidence to believe that she can rise above any affliction that she was going through. This is so unique. And collectively, when I look at this subject, when I look at the character, I am so inspired to say that I am where I need to be. I am with a leader whom, if I follow his teaching, I can go out there, write a book, and I will not be afraid of anybody challenging me because I know my root. I know the source of my knowledge. If I go out there and do something that is not heard of, I'm sure my mentor will be able to deduce whether I have done it or not, and he can vouch for me. So it's become, Class of Steele is a learning institution to me, and it's a family-based place where you are never alone. I am an outspoken person, but to some extent, I'm neither introvert nor extrovert. I'm a blend of both. But in Class of Steele, I can carve my niche. His Excellency has mentored me so much with the art of speaking that sometimes, even when I'm speaking to people, I'm hearing him in the background say, no, don't say that. And so that it's another quality in the enhancement of who I am already. I couldn't gain that from my lecturer. Your lecturer, like I mentioned previously, what you give, what you pay for is what you get. And they will not breach any other boundary to teach you anything. The law will not allow them, custom, whatever will not allow them. They're just teaching you what you pay for. But His Excellency goes beyond that. What have I gained? What has added value to me? Everything about the teaching from the Class of Steele, the mentorship from our mentor, the impact of my colleagues. When I hear them, I go thinking, believing, oh, okay, I'm not alone. When I hear the king himself, a king on the platform speaks, to me, it's like, okay, this is really now, I've got to sit up. The wisdom that comes from him, because to hear a king speak, you have to go to his royal court, his royal place, or catch them in the TV. But we have the king here with us. We have royal highnesses here with us. We have philosophers, doctors, and diversity of well-learned men and women on the platform. Like Ruth mentioned, seizing the learned men and women on the platform. We have Her Excellency, Dr. Anita Defoe, whom when she's teaching, I just want to hear her smile, because then she opened up that petal in me to learn, to absorb her teaching. And so one profound area of learning for me in Class of Steele is that of change. Managing change management. And it came under the subject heading of mindfulness and adaptive thinking. There is a biblical quote that says, intelligent hearts acquire knowledge and the ear of the wise seeks knowledge. I am in the right platform, in the Class of Steele. I like knowledge. And this knowledge comes from His Excellency, her First Lady, and all other excellencies in the house. So imagine a child growing up in a household where there are many children. They grow up very fast. In fact, they acquire more knowledge even than their father and mother, because they're just absorbing from everybody. And this is same with me being in the Class of Steele. And so we talked about change. Why is change so relevant to me? Why did I embrace it? Why did I make it one of my subjects? For various reasons. Maybe because of old age, resistance to change, believing that I've reached there, I don't need to change, believing that whatever I'm doing consistently is good enough, I don't need to change. But that's actually not true. We all need to change, because nothing is ever the same. Nothing stays static. In fact, there is a quote, by George Washington Irving. He says that change is complex, but there's a certain relief in change, even though it be from bad to worse. And it is often a comfort to shift one's position and be bruised in a new place. Change is vital for us. Change in attitude, change in perception. The Bible says be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Why? Because a mind that is not transformed is a dead mind, and there is no use for it. Change, like I say, might bring some aspect of pain, but change also give birth to new discovery, to new landscape, to new opportunity. Initially, it's not easy, but eventually it will give birth to something we've never known exists before. Even in relationship, change is important in the relationship. He might be the man that looks after the house, and I am the woman who wins the bread. But that does not mean that things cannot change, that the man can still not be the husband of the house and maintain his dignity, even though he's a house husband. He still can be a house husband and maintain dignity. Things doesn't have to, the change that we produce doesn't have to be change that is detrimental to us, but change with a view to bringing a change. This is what I have learned about change. Bishop Dr. Comfort Edu in July last year said that if you don't win, you learn. Then how are you going to do that without a change? Everything we do in life requires change. Even the plateau of the earth we live in, it does shift. It does shift. So that 1 year, 1 century, 1 continent move from one area to another area. Animals change, everything changed, the lava changed. So there is a need for us to change. Yesterday on Wednesday we had a lecture from His Excellency on the value added benefit of traveling. In order to travel, you've got to make a change in a mindset, in perception, a change from I cannot do to I can do. You make a change from there is nothing there for me to there might be something there for me. Every aspect of change we make leads us to something. The fact that everybody is here today has brought an added change. I've come to know Ruth. I've never met you before. I've not heard from you before, but your presentation is like an electrifying content to the event today, and you warmed my heart. And the celebration from Ghana, wow, from the kids. These are changes that we've embraced by answering the call of Class of Steele. And so change, for us to have the mindset of change, we have to also come away from the fact that if I am producing a unit of pen and everybody likes it, there is no need for me to change. I just go ahead producing a unit of pen. If that is the case, we will not have the current technology we have today. Everything evolves in life. And so for me, change is unique, change is dynamic, change is internal, change is external. It's a very huge subject. It affects our life. Each one of us, whoever we are, change affects our life. And the people that make most impact in life are people who are willing and always to change. I had some time ago, before I came to England, I had to travel. I had to come to England because my husband then was an English person. But I also had a choice to marry back in my country. My father wanted me. He was so afraid that anybody that comes to the white man country will never come back again. Or if they come back in a coffin. I don't know where he had all that. He tried to dissuade me. I thought I couldn't leave my father because I love him so much. I'd rather forgo everything than my father. But then I had other women saying to me, young lady, it's time for you to move on. You have to get married and move away from your father. And I say, can my father come with me? They say, yeah, he'll visit, but not live with you. You have to move on. You see, so taking that step to come away from my father was the most frightening change I've ever made in my life. But later on, I discovered it's not different from me getting married back home. It's still going to involve transportation, either by bicycle or by car or by aeroplane. So I was still able to see my father. And with the advent of telephone, I was still able to communicate with my father. You see, His Excellency, in one of his lectures, again, I love writing his quotes. He said, if you are not going to develop a character, you must spend the rest of your life working on it. And that's also a reference to change. Change requires us, if we are anti-change, we need to work on it. And exactly that is what is happening to me personally. Anytime I come across change, whether it is going to do my garden or plant the corn, whatever change I come across, I remember the lectures. I remember the core models of the lecture, the core values of the lecture, and I apply it to myself, because it is so easy to procrastinate. It's so easy to be complacent. It's so easy to sink into apathy. It's so easy not to move and just be where you are. It's much comfortable. But we live in a global world that is revolving all the time. So if we don't shift, we're going to stay where we are. And this is what this is what I learned from being in the class of Steele, that I must be prepared to make a change. And so class of Steele has impacted upon my life in many ways. In intellectual, it has impacted upon my life. It's opened my perspective to see beyond the comfort of the country that I am in. It has linked me to a global group of people with mindset that breaks down every limiting barriers. And so there is not much that I can give on this very beautiful day of our second anniversary that is going to be outside the perimeter of the knowledge that His Excellency and the First Lady and my colleagues has impacted in my life. The whole lecture, I've got my lecture notes, and each subject, each topic is very, very valuable. The Excellency always talks about value. What is the value you bring to anything? What is the value you give to somebody? And this is when I mentioned about equating the knowledge we get into money, there is no comparison. The value that we are getting is so valuable that this platform will train future presidents. This platform will train future global economic and financial leaders. And this platform will train future social leaders in every platform. From this platform, even United Nations will be sending money to buy, to even, to hunt for brains and talent from this platform, because the training has been given by one of theirs, but who has got a heart larger than just a perimeter, a limited form of training. And so what I have gained from class of Steele is invaluable. And my prayer is that the three prayer is that God will give me the serenity to accept what I cannot change. And God will give me the courage to change what should be changed. And God will give me the wisdom to distinguish one from the other. Your Excellency, this is my submission on this beautiful second anniversary of a class of Steele. And I can only but pray the next time we're having this anniversary, there will be value added to this class of Steele. I pray that God will give you the strength and the wisdom and knowledge to go to beyond the limitation of man, to be outreaching, to capture the whole world, that the class of Steele will have all the nations of the world participating, the global youth, that God will give them the wisdom and knowledge to appreciate and to absorb and to be influenced by this teaching, not the teaching that the world give out there, by this very teaching, which has got such a strong moral foundation that cannot be uprooted by any other influences that is not within the parameter of what you're teaching us. I thank you, Your Excellency, and I bless God that I came into your life I would say at the right time. And I have been blessed, and I look forward to continue to absorb your teaching, your influence, and your guidance, and your loving kindness, your big heart. And before I go, Your Excellency, I just have to say it for everybody to hear. I love Class of Steele and vow to stay in Class of Steele because the person that we are following, you can reach out to him when he's wearing his coat, or you can reach out to him when he's wearing his jogging pants, or you can reach out to him when he's eating whatever he's eating, or you can reach out to him when he's sleeping. There is no Bishop Dr. Michael Steele, like the Apostle Paul say, he's everything to everyone. And that makes teaching and learning much receptive. And that makes it easily, it makes it easy for me to believe. They say seeing is believing. And for me to be with this great mentor who will talk to me anytime, anywhere, in any circumstances. When I call him, even if he's on another call, he's willing to. How he does it, I don't know, but this is the attraction. I will be attracted to a man maybe because of his money or his looks. But the heart of our leader is big. It's like an ocean. Don't compete for his heart. There's plenty space in his heart. Just be disciplined and be teachable and enjoy the Class of Steele. I love you all, and God bless you as you continue to show solidarity with Class of Steele. God bless you. Thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Zioness Amaka Georgina Curry.
Thank you so very much. Come on, the Class of Steele celebration. I was looking and I was saying, darling, you need to get a little bit more of me, baby. This is the, come on, tell them, do it. Come on, let me see the screen that you're not frozen and you are there. That's it. I want to thank you so very much, Your Excellency. And I see my friend and my mom, I say friend and mom, dear Jenny Traheed, Her Excellency Jenny Traheed. Jenny, it's lovely to see you. Welcome to the class this evening, to our anniversary celebration. Such a pleasure to have you. Her Excellency Traheed is one of our ambassadors that passed through the training with us, and we're so blessed that you are here with us for this time. And as a matter of fact, all of those who are coming to Barbados are looking forward to seeing you in October. So those who are going to Barbados can wave, because we will see you in October. His Majesty is already waving. We will definitely be seeing you in October. I want to ask His Majesty, I want to thank I want to thank more you, Zionist. I want to thank you for the detailed outline that you have given of your experience in the Class of Steele, because truly it is a testimony to the fact that still waters run deep. You're very quiet sometimes and you hold your thoughts, but behind the scenes, there's so much that is going on. As a matter of fact, you're similar to Reverend Daniel. You're quiet and you're simple and you keep a lot of things in your thoughts. But when you do speak, you add such value and encouragement to me and to the First Lady in the Class of Steele. So we truly appreciate you again. Thank you very much. I have come and I've observed the presence of His Royal Majesty, Edwin Madu. Your Majesty, I will not allow myself to speak before I give you the privilege of at least greeting us and sharing your experience in the Class of Steele, because I know that your time was very tight today, but yet you're here with us. Your Majesty, please share your thoughts and your experience in the Class of Steele with us.
Hey, Your Excellency, you know where I'm going?
How you doing?
I wanted to check out this. What's going on here? You know that? Shine the light. Let the light keep shining. That is what, yeah. Okay. Let's say good evening, Dr. Michael Steele, Ambassador, Her Excellency Jenny Steele, our CEO, Ambassador Doreen, the Chief of Protocol, His Excellency Dr. Donald Eras, His Excellency Architect Olukoya, and their amiable wife, all the leaders, coordinators of the class of Steele, I'm coming, please. Okay. High Excellency Dr. Comfort Adu, His Excellency Daniel Sopru, Her Excellency Ambassador Dr. Anita Davis Defoe, His Excellency Dr. Stephen Abu, then my dear sister that I just finished before me, Her Excellency the Zioness. It's with pleasure and joy this evening that I'm appreciating each and every one of us. It has been a very mind-blowing testimonies from each and every one of us. Mine will not look different. I just want to add my voice. I would have said, listening to other members and other excellencies, that they've made much testimonies. But then, like our mentor will always say, what is your take? You know, he puts us out there. It's not only that he's mentoring or teaching, it's always bring us into himself, delivering the lectures, and then wanting you to leave that lecture with something tangible. I've never seen such a preparation. Actually, before I came to the class, I said we met by grace. We met by grace some 2 years ago in the office of Lord Dr. Tarek, and he introduced His Excellency Ambassador Mike to me. After that, you took me on a journey. You know, he took me on a journey. The first thing he made me to pass through was, I don't want you to laugh, but then this was outside the class, but that was exactly how you draw me closer. You fixed an appointment. And in that appointment, I tried to beat you by it because your mindset is that Africans don't respect time. But I beat you to it, and then you fixed a new appointment, and then you were there on point. And that day we had a very cordial um, um, relationship. From there, then we developed to joining the class of Steele. Then as a leader and a Royal Highness, I thought, like I said one time, that I've known it all. But when I was introduced to the class of Steele, through the mentoring, through the lectures, a lot of things have changed. Because, like I said, it was like a common sense. There's what we call common sense. Things you think you know. But at the end of the day, you didn't know nothing about. By the time His Excellency Dr. Steele would take us on the merits, what you're supposed to do, how you're supposed to go about it, I think I've learned more than enough to be one of the world leaders, to be one of the leaders without borders, to be a good ambassador. You have so much impacted through your teaching that one of the things I learned is to be a good listener. Listening was one of the first things that when you take us on that course, it was so important to me that I said, oh, so there are things I'm missing out on this. Because after every lecture, I'll go back to myself, go through the notes, read it again, and I've missed out on this. I continue to evaluate myself based on the wisdom. Even last time when you said we should write something, I told you just didn't like I said, but there are wisdom that I personally see in this class of CO that cannot be quantified. And Zainab just made that statement. I was laughing. And I don't know how to quantify it, how it flows, how it comes. And it has shaped me. Right now, I can say I've learned as a leader how to communicate very well, how to diffuse conflict, the knowledge through this years that we spent here. It's not just something that I can quantify. It has changed me completely. The commitment, the competence, how to cooperate with other leaders, how to coordinate my time, what is a leader should do, and about risk management and safe system of leadership. So all this you have just through this class of CEO, we've gone through it, especially our mentors, Ambassador Dafo, His Excellency Ambassador Donald Els, His Excellency Architect Lukoya, and Dr. Michael. Then the light that shined behind Ambassador Lady Steele. You, through these lectures, through these years, it prepared me to know better myself as a leader, prepared me on what we call, I call it PPDA. Right now, I know how to prevent issues, present them, protect them, how to deter in conflict management, how to protect, and eventually how to appreciate or how to apprehend. These are lectures that maybe within the walls of some universities, you can hardly get them. They made us understand, made me people understand that we should be reading, to read extensively. Don't just, base your issues on what you've read, but do your research. As a good leader, you have to do your research, summarize, challenge yourself, put up a subject, look out. Then you made us properly understand, pretend somebody like me, but you are not inferior to no one. The size is not what matters, it's what you have inside you. Can you pushing yourself with where leaders are and then make an impact? What they're expecting is what comes from you. It's not the dressing, it's not the what you wear, it's not the car you ride. All those things were before joining the class of maybe was a focus. Thinking that maybe I present myself, this and that, maybe no. But when you are called up or when there are challenges, how do you handle them? They recently taught us about EPP. How do we prepare ourselves? What do we need to prepare as a leader? How should our bag of emergency preparedness be made? Wow. Taught us about celebrating every step, not looking at the destination, but following it gradually. Celebrate yourself. Tell yourself, yes, I can do it. When you celebrate step one, maybe the step two and three will be easier for you to. All these are qualities that makes a good leadership. Something that puts me in a situation to handle situations efficiently, diligently, more before I entered here, before I was mentored. It's something I don't know, I can't equally um, quantify. Previously, I thought that coming into the class was just about the mentoring was just going to, be based on pestle, the economic, the political. But it was more than that. It was more than that. The lectures brings you in. What is in you, turn out what you thought that it was, then gives you the effective um, reasoning of what it was supposed to be. And then you allow us to digest. At the end of the day, you say, what is your intake? That's a great way of teaching. I love teaching. I do myself in churches, and I like teach. But then I learn a great deal from the mentorship of class of Steele. It was extraordinary, the way you carry us along, the way and only the way you simplify things, the humility. Then another thing that I so much appreciate about the class of Steele is you are so firm. You are so firm. Whatever someone is firm, you are fair and firm. You stop it when we're supposed to stop, play when we're supposed to play, then move on. It was never boring. I've never met a boring moment. Then when you talk about SWOT analysis, the way and manner you personally examine each and every one of us, know our weakness, then put a plan to upgrade that weakness. So that I've seen such a transformation, such a transformation. Then tolerance. I was that type of person that tolerance is not part of me. Then, then being a king, I can tell you off, I can do whatever. But class of tea are just the change came in after listening and following up. But many times, if I'm not in the class, it must have been something great. It was just something good that made me not to be. Then you did something again about when you said timing is everything. A leader, timing is everything. The power of habit, the way you execute, the way you do things, the way you know, there is something out. I may say that finally, in conclusion, my anticipation, what I was expecting from the class of Steel, what I thought it was, and what I've learned exceeded my earlier expectation. The success of the class of Steel is something that I can't even quantify. How it has prepared me to be a good leader, how it has prepared us concerning even current affairs, things that are happening, how it's happening, how you get to prepare yourself, what you are supposed to do at a given time. Most of them are mind blowing. Most of the times when you're teaching certain subjects, I'll be I'll be thinking, I say, is this man prophesying or is he just mentoring? So I don't know if I continue to put down things that I've gained here, maybe today will not be enough. because I made a lot of notes, but I must say I appreciate this moment. I appreciate the class of Steele. I appreciate the humanitarian nature and the conduct of all the leaders that, promote behind the scene what we are receiving in the class of Steele. I still want to continue to celebrate the class of Steele, and I've gone out to invite a lot of people to say, come and join the class of Steele. Come and see what I'm feeling. Come, there's a knowledge that maybe you've been looking for. If you want to tap to this knowledge, come into the class of Steele. He's talking about diplomacy. It's very, very important as a leader. Decision making. Because most of us leaders, at times, we become sentimental in taking certain decisions. But here you've made it firm that every leader must know when to take a decision. Made me understand that I am a mirror of those that I lead. So the leadership starts from me, the change starts from me. And it goes without really, at times I like ways to qualify the knowledge, the competence and capability of what you have taught us here in the class of Steele. I still say to myself, I'm still so convinced that this is a place to be. Then the family, the appreciation, the way and manner we welcome ourselves in the class of Steele, something else too. We welcome ourselves as if we have all known before even the work starts. We listen to each other because you give us time to express ourselves. That's the most important thing. There's no boss here. As far as you're mentoring, you want us to even man the podium. Most times you call up and say, can you just mentor today? If you really want us to showcase that, yes, we are not here idling our time. And I have to say, I am very, 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 very happy to be a member. I appreciate all members, all excellencies. I appreciate Her Excellency Jenny Steele. She's doing the most jobs, and with humility, she's discharging her duties. I thank you all. I remain His Royal Majesty, King Edwin Ifeanyi Chukwumadu, the Ogele II of Umogele Kingdom, Umogele Kingdom, Isoichi, Abia State, Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And as they would culturally say, Igwe.
Oh, you're welcome, my chief.
I want to thank you so very much, Your Majesty. And I just want to jump straight into sharing with you a quick review on how the class of Steele was for the past year. Annually, we go through and just show you what we have done. And I just want to give you a quick run through of what the year was like for the class of Steele as you follow with me. And I want you to bear with us because of timing. If I go quickly, you can watch the video and you're able to pause it as well. but I just want to go through this to share with you. Here is what the class of Steele has been doing behind the scenes and in front of us as we go forward. Well, the anniversary celebration today, and I highlighted just a few of the individuals that are so dear to our hearts and are making such a strong impact in the class of Steele and the journey that we are on. Incidentally, I want to acknowledge the presence of Her Excellency Dr. Anita Davis with us this evening equally. So as we go forward, we're going to, here's the class of Steele, and I'm just going to share with you some things about where we're going and who we are and what we're doing and looking forward to the future. Her Excellency Jeannie gave a bit of breakdown on our mission. You can, when the video gets here, this is going to be on YouTube, so you can pause the video here and you can have a full read of our mission statement. What is our mission? And our core values that you can see. You can pause the video and review our core values: honesty and integrity in all dealings. And that's really critical for me, honesty and integrity, because anything that you're doing, integrity is what's going to cause you to be successful. And equally, in the class of Steele, one of the things we focus on is a lot of individuals, when you think of Africa and Africans, and as a matter of fact, sometimes getting involved in business, the biggest crisis is lacking of integrity. And as a result of that, I believe that we in the class of Steele have the capacity and the ability to raise a new generation of mindfulness. I think I want to say mindfulness, because integrity is relative. So I think I would rather say mindfulness of what we do and how we operate. So you can pause the video here and look at our core values. Our services, group and individual mentorship. Again, you can pause the video here and you will get to see the services that we do. But for the sake of time, I just, I'm gonna go through it because our website is there, theclassofsteele.com, and all of our information is there for you to be able to review. So let's look at 2021-22 highlights. And some of you are going to put a smile on your faces. It took me and First Lady Jeannie quite a while putting all of this together, but we were quite excited about it, just reviewing things and looking at, wow, we have really accomplished much in 2021, 2022, in spite of all of the atrocities, in spite of the challenges, the difficulties. I'm very pleased to say that in the class of Steele, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday for the youth, we have been faithful by the grace of God. We've been committed and we have accomplished much. It's a team, me, my wife, and our board of persons that are partnered with us to make things happen. But we have accomplished a whole lot in the year. Let's jump right into it. We started in July. I see here in July 2021 that we had our conference. This was with His Excellency Dr. Hilary Ema and Noreen Makasui, and that was Getting Your Net to Work. That was a really interesting conference. It's actually live on YouTube. You can get to see that one. It is there for you. And then after July, then we had, after July, then we jumped straight into February, which was the 12th of February, and then the 19th of February. The 12th of February was our ladies conference, and my wife and I tossed up, should the men go first or the ladies go first? And I smartly said, let the ladies go first so that we could see how much men we are able to pull out because we know what we're chasing. And in the ladies' conference, we had the privilege of listening to Miss Leila de Sousa, and we also had Her Excellency Ambassador Dr. Anita Davis Defoe. We had Dr. Vanny Rowe, we had Lady McNear, and we had Mr. Stevenson Calendar for the ladies' conference. And then equally in the men's conference, we were privileged again for Dr. Defoe to be sharing in the men's conference. And the title for the men's conference was World Without End, Preparing for the Future. And that's what we were focusing on, preparing for the future. We also had the privilege of Mr. Martin Wayman. Martin is my friend, and he is a member of the Church of Scientologists. Martin is a Scientologist, and my very good friend for many years, over 8 or 10 years plus. And he did an excellent job with regards to sharing with us. We also had the privilege of Professor Carlos Santos, who is the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar corporation, Ethos Asset Management. And Professor Carlos graciously gave the men his time in sharing with us and empowering us with knowledge that was quite relevant and timely, with a wonderful PowerPoint presentation. You should get to see that video. It's in 2 parts, the men's conference. And then I shared with you there as well. And then we had Mr. Stevenson Calendar also sharing again in the men's conference. Stevenson is a professional in Barbados. I know that Her Excellency Jenny Trahane might know Stevenson. He was with Sagicor, and then he's doing his thing. So Stevenson did a great job again in sharing some points with us that were quite useful. And this was my pet peeve and my baby. On the 12th of March, we had our youth conference. And I want to tell you the honest truth. I'm so proud of all of the youth that we have invested our time in teaching, our time in sharing with them and imparting to them, building their confidence, giving them thoughts and ideas. And you just heard from Ruth. I asked Ruth to be a special part of today because Ruth has excelled and she has shown so much interest. Ruth Gordon out of, I think that is Ghana, but she is in China with Elizabeth and the others there. So we had Ruth that was sharing. We had Pretty, Uloma, and Agnes, and Ujavanja Kavazeri out of Botswana. It was a fantastic team of youth who shared with us, and they each shared in the future focus. That was our youth conference. And then we, in the same year, we actually had the privilege of traveling together. Some of us from the class of Steele had the privilege of going to Dubai. And the first trip to Dubai was on the 20th and the 21st of May when we went to Dubai. And I had the privilege of being there as one of the collaborative partners for Leaders Without Borders Development Center. And we had an interesting time of networking, building relationships, exposing ourselves and what we're doing globally. And the theme of that first conference was the annual investment summit, building a global network for strategic partnerships. And then we have in September, the 29th and the 30th of September, again, we were in Dubai again for that another conference that was there. And I had the privilege again of being one of the speakers and panelists for that event. And we also had Her Excellency Dr. Anita Davis Defoe with us. And I'm going to share some photos, some memories with you that I think would put a smile on some of your faces from that event that we were in Dubai. We have His Excellency Dr. Ewers, our Chief of Protocol. And I absolutely love traveling with His Excellency. I see Bishop Comfort with a huge smile on her face. Look at her. I absolutely love traveling with the chief of protocol. Come on, somebody. He looks like a chief of protocol, doesn't he? He is all crisp and prim and proper and sharp when he shows up. So it was a fantastic time in Dubai with the team there. And we see we had Her Excellency Dr. Defoe, Bishop Comfort, Carlton, Doreen, myself, that were there for that. And some others, let me show you some other photos there. Here is the team. They treated the class of Steele with such royalty. We were seated with gold-covered cloths. We were in the VIP from the class of Steele. Everybody was treated so beautifully, and it was really refreshing. As a matter of fact, I equally here want to say thanks to the Leaders Without Borders team for giving us such an absolutely great pleasure to be there, rubbing shoulders with royals and sheikhs and leaders and powerful decision makers in the Emirates and UAE and other regions who showed up for that event. This one was the first one, the Africa Dubai Investment Summit, and it was fantastic. It was phenomenal, and we had a really wonderful family time together. And here you see some more of the photos. This was when we were given the ambassadorial appointments to those individuals who did their qualification as ambassadors right there in Dubai. They received their credentials, and that was good. Incidentally, we're going to be back in Dubai in I think next week. There's an event that is happening in Dubai next week, and a number of us are going to be in Dubai for that. And here's Sister Hawa, the lady right here. Sister Hawa is one of the organizers for that event in Dubai, where we will be in a couple of days shortly. And then this was the second event that we attended, where Her Excellency Dr. Anita Davis Defoe was one of the speakers at that event. And Dr. Defoe, I mean, Dr. Defoe she just shines when she's out there. Dr. Defoe really makes a positive impact and builds strategic relationships and have a good time in the midst of what we were doing there in Dubai. There's myself, Professor Santos, and some of the others while I was seated on the panel there in Dubai. And this is where and what we're doing for every single person in the class of Steele. I'm not showing these photos to show off. I'm showing these photos to say that decision makers and government leaders and ambassadors, this is the caliber of individuals we want to be mentoring. We want to be equipping you to be able to sit on panels and have discussions conducive to the development of your economies, to the development of your nation, and causing you to add value wherever you may go. You have a level of confidence. You know how to carry yourself. You know how to speak, how to present yourself. And that's the reason why we took this team to Dubai and throw them off the deep end. How many of you know that at the end of the day, it's all about not me as the mentor looking good. It's about me as a mentor sitting back and proudly watching all of you reaching your highest potential. That is my goal in life. I would dare to say, even as a bishop, that is my calling. I believe that God has called me and my wife and the class of Steele to equip individuals to reach their highest potential and to add value to their nations. Equally, the class of Steele Youth, it was launched in August, the class of Steele Youth, welcoming several young people from around the world. The goal of our youth program is to promote positive development in the lives of young people up to the age of 35. I dare to say that some of our youth are over 35, but that's another story. I see Ruth is laughing with a big smirk on her face, but I think I will allow you to escape. I guess you're as young as you feel. When Jenny shows up in the class of Steele Youth, I guess Her Excellency Jenny, I would not dare to ask her, why are you there, Jenny? You say, what are you trying to say, that I'm not youthful? So the class of Steele Youth is for any person who feels youthful. As a matter of fact, my mother is in the class of Steele Youth in the person of Her Excellency Bishop Dr. Comfort Abu. So Bishop Comfort is our mother in the class, and she's still a youth. So that's okay. But we will impart knowledge and give tools to empower them that they may navigate adolescence and their early adult years in healthy ways. They will develop skills which will cause them to display good social behavior, become leaders, gain great knowledge of themselves, foster lifelong relationships, and succeed in their endeavors. Our program is inclusive, it is engaging, educative, enhancing, and empowering. And it will be structured to build good character, confidence, competence, and compassion. Say, and compassion. That's important. And compassion. The full program is free to all young people between the ages of 16 and I think I should remove 35, and however old you think you are and call yourself a youth. Now here's something about this being free. This is on Saturdays, and the class will still, and I think every organization should have a corporate social responsibility to give back. Every organization should have that as a part of their remit. And the class will still adult section, or the section where we go in depth with world leaders like His Royal Majesty, and we have a few other kings and chiefs that are in the class of Steele, and other government officials, etc., that are behind the scenes quietly in the class of Steele. The purpose is for those individuals to be at a place where they are prepared for the next level. But my giving back is to the young people, to the next generation. Those who will find it difficult to afford the services of the class of Steele. But how many of you know not being able to afford a service does not mean you're not competent to receive it if it is given to you? And a lot of times, there are individuals who could afford to pay for something, but when they get it, it has absolutely no value to them. But how many of you know sometimes there are those who can't afford it, but they're so hunger and thirst for it. And when they get it, it changes our nations. It changes our communities. So I believe that that is part of my personal social corporate responsibility to give back. So I say to the youth on Saturdays, this class for the youth will be free. I'm not charging for it, and I will not charge for it. It is a pleasure for me to give you, the class of Steele Youth, the best that the world has to offer. And it is done by individuals who are similar in likeness. We have Her Excellency Doreen Burunji, our COO in the class of Steele, running her own company, but she sets apart time for the youth. His Excellency Architect Olusegun Olukoya, who's the president of the class of Steele Youth, he sets apart time for the youth. Her Excellency Bishop Dr. Comfort Abu, Grand Master, and a whole lot of other leaders that set apart their time to come and teach you and give you the best of themselves so that you in the class of Steele Youth can be better and equipped and successful in what you are doing. So I hope you appreciate that aspect of the class of Steele Youth. When you hear individuals talking about free, that's the youth section that is meeting on Saturdays. All right. So we'd like to meet you, get to know you, and help you achieve those things you desire. We invite you to become a member of the class of Steele, With us, you will engage opportunities and resources that will build your knowledge. And if you pause and read all that good stuff, it will be helpful to you, because for the sake of time, I want to, that's our information there, but there's an awards section and a recognition section that is coming up next. And before I do that, I want to bring His Excellency Dr. Donald Ewers, our Chief of Protocol, to share his side and what has he benefited from being in the class of Steele. Our Chief of Protocol, His Excellency Dr. Donald Ewers. You're welcome.
A pleasant good evening, Dr. Michael Steele, His Excellency King Edward, and all the excellency in the house. Time will permit me to go through everybody's name. But wonderful greeting and celebrating Lady Jenny and Dr. Michael Steele on our second year anniversary of the class of Steele. I salute you, sir and ma'am, that it is a blessing and it's to enhance us in life. And there's few points, there's so many speakers who have gone on before have said so many things, so I don't want to go over, but I would like to highlight my journey and highlight areas that the class of Steeles also does. And in your mission statement, sir, in your mission statement, there's a part in one of the lines that we do this through committed and in-house mentoring and training through partnership with our accredited university and training and institute globally. In your core values, honesty, integrity, and that you deal with all. In your service, talking about accredited e-training courses, international and recognized institutions. With the class of Steele and my journey, my mentor, at times we agree and disagree on points and things that he brings out, and we have healthy discussions. In my journey in being a mentee as a Chief Protocol of the class of Steele, I've learned a lot. It has helped me to develop. It has helped me to get more confidence. It has helped me to move onto a different platform. But what I love about the class of Steele in this dimension, what I would talk about is that the training that we get, the opportunity that we get, the platform that we move amongst. For example, when I came into the class of Steele and I went for training, I did my diplomatic training within the class of Steele. I mean, the diplomatic training I've gained, I have my charity, my chaplain badge I've gained from the class of Steele. In the class of Steele, I've gained, this is my badge for the Peace Ambassador. In the class of Steele, I have gained all my chaplaincy license. You see, Dr. Jones, you're laughing. A lot of people think the class of Steele is just made up of it. I have a folder full of certificates with the class of Steele, international and globally. But most of all, what I've loved with the class of Steele is my background in my secular job. I work in NHS for 25 years and I did all the training you can think of. I believe in personal development. I work in BBC in the World Service for 10 years. I've done training feeding the homeless, where I was trained with the local authority in management. So I have about, I think on top of my head with my life and my age, I've got about 10 folders with certificates. And I told Dr. Steele that even though he's my mentor, I said to him, where can I get all with all the training that I've got? And this is what I love, is we're not just saying things like, come to the mentoring group. I'm giving you facts, I'm giving you evidence, I'm telling you the things that we do. No, Dr. Steele and the class of Steele have connection internationally with universities. In my journey, I took all my certificates, about 10 folders over the years. I'm semi-retired. And so I've been training and training and training, taking courses on top of courses. And Dr. Steele has linked me to the, this is my Doctor of Divinity with all my training it's at a university in Houston, Texas. And this is where I got my honorary doctorate. And this is through the class of Steele. You know, the next stage for me now is to move. I mean, some people say running before me is to move to become a professor. And in the class of Steele, Dr. Steele have the connection. And with all your training, with all your mentoring, with my life experience, I can be qualified as beyond a doctorate and become a professor. And so I salute Dr. Michael Steele. With all the things he's been doing and the foregone speakers and so on, we have to applaud the man, because there are a lot of times we don't have these opportunities, we don't have these platforms that can link you internationally. No, I'm confident to talk on any platform now. I'm confident to talk to the Queen. I live in the UK, I talk to the Queen of England, Queen Elizabeth. I can talk to Boris Johnson through my charity work. I can talk to any one of the MPs in the UK. Confidence through the class of Steele. So what I'm telling you today is not because we're here showing off. We are showing our facts, we are showing the evidence, we are showing the journey, we are showing what we're showcasing, what we have done. This is not a fairy tale. Back home from where I come from, the Caribbean, my ethnic background is Jamaicans. We say this is not a Hanansi story, a fairy tale story. This is real facts. This is facts where you come, you learn, you develop, you grow, you move on. And so there's a lot of development, there's a lot of connection. From Vienna, I traveled, to Dubai, I traveled, and many more other countries that I traveled. I haven't been to Africa yet, but that's on the agenda. However, I can say the class of Steele is a place that opened doors. The class of Steele make it happen. This little man, do not underestimate him at all, at all, at all. If you go on Dr. Steele's Facebook and look at some of the people that he's met, I said, I didn't know you met the Archbishop of Canterbury. How on earth you met the Archbishop of Canterbury? You see him shaking hands with the Archbishop of Canterbury in the UK. You see him shaking with presidents. You see him shaking with prime ministers. You see Barbados, where he's from. And so this man is very powerful, quietly under the can. And he himself and his lovely wife, you know, they keep a very humble. They're quite humbled with the position and the weight that they carry. So we are here to celebrate him for the second year in the class of Steele, and all that we've done is excitement. There's a lot of things planning, Leaders Without Borders, where we are partnership. That is another powerful platform where we meet world leaders. The Leaders Without Borders, in coming at the end of this month, they're very powerful leaders. Some leaders' name we can't even call publicly because of security. That's the kind of platform we are working with the class of Steele, the mentoring, the connection, the global connection, the assertiveness. I can use Doreen, I could use Zionist as a chief, a very quiet, timid person when they came in. But now, Doreen would talk the house down. Zionists would talk the house down. These are very shy people. These are people that we have developed. These are people, Stephen, I wouldn't even start in. Stephen is one of our icons. Stephen is just full of energy. Dr. Charles, and all the other people who come on board who are doing fantastic work together with the class of Steele. Class of Steele has a vision of 100 years. Class of Steele has a vision to move on and bring people out of their comfort zone into the marvelous light. I see Your Excellency was shining a light. And that's the light that we are shining globally, that we should go around the world. And when we open our mouth, they say there's one of the class of Steele men. Bless you, sir. And I thank you for the platform. Well done. Congratulations. once more. Thank you, sir.
I can celebrate. Come on, celebrate my Jamaican brother. Oh. I was listening and I was saying to myself, hey, Dr. Ewers, is that you, my goodness, my chief of protocol. Thank you so very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Ewers, for sharing your thoughts. It's an absolute pleasure. As a matter of fact, traveling with you is a pleasure because we have so much fun together. And secretly, your stature gives me such a confidence, like when I'm walking, you know, I have this air about me when I'm walking, but to have this big, huge, towering giant that is dressed up in a suit, suited and booted, I feel like I've got top security. I just need two more like you. And then I'm just gonna say, oh, Dr. Steele has bodyguards. But Your Excellency, Dr. Ewers, it's an absolute pleasure sharing the class of Steele with you. When I'm not here, you're one of the persons that I can count on that is going to take up the mantle for us. And it's such an absolute pleasure. I want to call on Reverend Daniel Sapuru. Daniel Sapuru, share your thoughts with us. We are winding down for the part where we're going to be giving out the recognition certificates. So Reverend Daniel, share your thoughts with us.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And Your Excellency, Bishop Dr. Michael Steele, Your Excellency, the First Lady, Jenny Steele, Your Excellency to be Josh Steele, the management team of this revered class, and all excellencies in the house. Well, I hope you permit me to also recognize our brother, His Royal Highness, Edwin Madu. Thank you very much. And I just want to thank God for you. You impress me anytime you talk, and we thank God for that. I also want to greet His Excellency Architect Olukoya and wife, His Excellency Dr. Charles Onyechi, Ambassador Doreen Burundi, the DOO of Class of Steele. I also want to greet Bishop Dr. Comfort Adu.
Yep.
And
Reverend Daniel, please allow me to interrupt you. I think seeing half of your head and whole of your stomach looks a little bit strange. Could you adjust your camera more appropriately?
Oh, that's
yes,
okay.
That's better. Even though the light is, that's a whole lot better. You may carry on, sir. Forgive me for mentoring, but I just can't, I can't see it and not respond. Carry on, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Good. And well, I want to greet everybody in the house. If I do not mention you by name, please, my apologies. My name is Reverend Dr. Daniel Soporo from Nigeria. And first, I would like to thank all of you for praying for me during my 67th birthday. It is really a thing of joy, and to thank all of you, Your Excellencies in the house. So thank you for doing that. I'm very grateful. The Lord is actually going to give you all the desires of your heart as you delight in Him. Concerning this revered class of Steele, I have much to say, but because of time and the many activities we have today, let me just restrict myself to a few points. The class of Steele has been a very great importance and wonderfully educative to me as a person. There is no doubt the vision of this mentorship class is God sent, I must confess. I joined the class almost at its inception. That's about 2 years ago. And I have gained a lot from all the topics that were discussed. Some of the topics that have actually helped me as a person are, building a legacy, the mind, having a positive mindset, and the statement, do not quit whatever you have started, and of course, to add value, and so on. And this class also talked about time. Sometimes we talk about African time, but we know that there is nothing like African time. And of course, this class also discussed arise and build with a mind to work. And we also talked about our personal uniqueness, We talked about my intentions and what is holding me back. Of course, there are many things that we discussed that actually helped me as a person. And we talked about humanitarianism and critical thinking. These things help a lot. Put these things together, one builds integrity and character. Character and integrity make man of value and influence. Obviously, these things have helped me. Now, let me at this point, comment briefly on majorly some of the things that have helped me in the class of Steele. As a pastor, I know that I have always, have dealings with people, but sometimes there are many areas that one didn't have, to do with. Okay, like building. Well, I know that building a legacy. This is very wonderful. The gifts in us are valuable. I personalize this. The gifts in me are valuable, relevant, and of course, building a legacy means bequeathing very great values to the next generation. This next generation could be my children. This next generation could be those I pastor. This next generation could be everyone, around me. So we just have to pour ourselves into them. And this has helped me a lot. Sometimes we fail to build legacies because we have visions without plans, and visions without plans. So you have actually let us know that when we have visions, we should plan. And this is wonderful. Statement like, do not quit. Whatever you have started is very educative and very informative. We quit so soon because we allow people to blow our vision. We allow people to make us, just people to direct us and to control us. And by so doing, we abandon our vision. And this is not good for anyone that would want to be a person of global relevance. So we do not embrace the dynamics of change. Her Excellency Amaka actually mentioned a lot about change. And we have learned that change is actually very constant. That is the only thing, that is very constant here on earth. And if we don't change, if we don't embrace change, we will be as obsolete as whatever. So, but we thank God that we actually learned that we must embrace change because this is important. Okay, and the statement also, we must remove chicken mentality and put on eagle mentality. Oh, that is very wonderful. Chickens cannot fly. Chickens cannot go against the wind, but eagles can. And therefore, for us to be something, for me to be myself, I must always tell myself, I can do better than I am doing now. I can do better than I am doing now. So I have been advised in the class of Steele to find myself, and to be myself. And if myself is not what I want to be, then I should learn to change. This is important. And of course, we also talked about added value. In other words, we must add value to our lives and the lives of others. And this also calls for integrity. And I need as a person, other people. And that is why I must be a person of integrity to make sure that every other person will understand me and understand where I am headed for. Now, and I must add value to others and what they are doing. It is important to look at people not from the negative part of them, but from the positive part of them. And once we do this, we will actually develop people and develop ourselves. So focusing on what we are doing generates growth, and we must focus on the foundation of our priorities. We must prioritize what we do, and if we don't do that, there is every tendency that we will fail, because everything will be jumbled on our brain, and we won't know exactly where to go. So focusing helps us assess our goals and know which one falls short of our expectations. So all of these things actually have made me learn a lot, from the class of Steele. And when we talk about the core value, something like honesty is mentioned, integrity is mentioned, loyalty is mentioned, and discipline. All of these things are really mind-blowing. And these are the virtues that a man must put on to be able to be relevant, and so on. And when we talk about culture, and when we talk about making friends, we find out that being globally relevant, we must do everything to accept people, the way they are. When we think about their culture, like Her Excellency Ruth was talking about the culture in China and so on. Now you find out that if you don't embrace those cultures, then you will not be able to do anything with them. And when we talk about the mind, so there is a statement here that actually helped me. And you say, mind your mind so that you can mind what is yours. Oh, very important. Mind your mind. If you don't mind your mind, which is something like you garden your mind so that your mind would be flourishing the way it should. Sometimes we behave as if we do not have control of the mind. And when we understand the process, then we can control our mind. For instance, when we have a thought, how we process it determines what we do and what we say. Therefore, we must mind our mind. So I have a lot to say, just as I said, but because of time, I would like to stop here. But I must say this before I drop the microphone. So we must unlearn some of the things we have learned, some of our prejudices, because these things are sometimes very harmful, even in our relationship with people. Therefore, to be globally relevant, I must discard the prejudices I have. Maybe before now, I used to have some prejudices against, some religions and some adherents of those religions. But then, if I drop those prejudices and without judging people stereotypically, and without judging, people that way, it will help me to see them positively, and it will help me, go in their midst and be what they should be. So, no, to be global relevant, I must, be positive, and I must equally know that everything that I am doing is not for me alone, but for everyone that I am in contact with. So developing positive mentality or positive mental attitude, prepares one to actually be globally relevant. So I thank God that I am open-minded today, and I thank God for it. I also want to say that when we talk about education, I actually have four master's degrees, and of course I also have a PhD. But when we think about being globally relevant, I find out that sometimes one can have all these degrees and without making any impact in the world. And that is why the class of Steele has actually helped me. I must say so, and I must not hide this feeling. The class of Steele, led by His Excellency Bishop Michael Steele and the First Lady Jenny Steele, has actually helped me, to be more relevant than I used to be, especially to be more, how do I put it? To be more adaptive in some cultures which I have never been adaptive to, and so on. Well, I have written about 5 books, and 3 of them are in the market right now. But you see, those books are going through re-editing, because there are many things that are in those books that actually represent who I was and what I think about the world, which I believe is going to change in the new editions. So I just thank all of you for being, I thank the class of Steele. I thank the vision. I thank God for the vision. And I thank God for all of you that are in the class of Steele. Just like our brother, His Excellency Donald U.S. said, it is not a joke. What we are doing is not a joke. He brought out some evidences, for us to know that this is not a joke. Well, I also want to say that I have gone through the course or the lessons of this ambassadorial. I have gone through the ambassadorial course, but uncertificated yet. So I am not yet certificated. So the evidence says that our brother yours, should. I will not be able to show anyone, and this is just because I have not been certificated yet. But however, I want to believe that in my course of being with the class of Steele, that I will be really certificated when the time comes. And I am promising that I am going to introduce some people and to the class of Steele. Thank you very much. I remain Reverend Dr. Daniel Soporo of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Daddy. I say Daddy. Whenever I as a mentor, I'm sharing, there's some elders that I always, in as much as I might be a leader and strong, I quietly lean my eyes in their direction, maybe not just for their approval, but to make sure that I was not inappropriate in my delivery. How many of you know that in as much as you're a leader, you still must be appropriate at all times? And most leaders tend to forget appropriateness when they get to a place of authority, but you must never forget the respect that is due to your elders and those who have toiled and educated themselves much greater than I might have done myself. So Reverend Daniel Sapuru, I want to appreciate you and your part in the class of Steele, and I don't take lightly being called your mentor. I want to let you know that that's very humbling for me. And for all the elders in the class of Steele, I just want you to know that you are all appreciated greatly and never taken for granted. I appreciate all of you. I want to, we're supposed to be finishing at 4 o'clock, and we have to do our awards and recognitions. So I would love to hear everybody else to kind of share, but please, for the sake of time, humbly allow me to jump straight into the recognition section so that we honor our times that we have with us, please. So with that being said, let's look at what we have put in place. First Lady and myself, we were kind of talking about what are we going to do? We need to identify and acknowledge and recognize individuals. And one thing that I will say about me as a leader or as a mentor is I do not want to have the class of Steele certificates or certification just out there willy-nilly. We don't do that. It's not like a free for all, a print 1,000 of them and give everybody. I don't believe that. What we're doing is looking for character and relationships and also individuals that we are going to be proud to say this person carries the banner of the class of Steele, because where we're going is somewhere that is very serious. And we want to make sure that individuals that are with us keep us in the right context of relationship. I have my son who is here, Fabian Burgess. You will see him there, and he refuses to speak, but I'm still gonna expose that my son Fabian is here, and he is an aspiring great leader in Canada, and he watches over me to make sure that I do things the right way. Anytime my son says, "Well done, Pops," I know that I have done well. So Fabian is right there. As a matter of fact, Fabian Burgess, please say good evening to the class of Steele briefly and greet us. Please, you must greet us. Good evening, Fabian.
Good evening to one and all.
That's what you call a father's authority. Good evening, son. How are you?
I am fine today. I would just like to say a brief hello to everyone, and apologies for not having my video today. I am in a disposed position. Unfortunately, I can't show a camera, but I'm listening in, and I'm impressed, and I'm very happy with all the salutations and the kind words that I'm hearing. I just want to encourage everyone on their journey as the year 2022 continue, and wish God aspiring blessings on everyone and everything that they continue to do from the future and ongoing.
Fabian, how was India? And you know, I'm smiling because you just got back from India representing me in India. How was it?
India was phenomenal. The He Connect and She Connect group was astonishing. I met great leaders from all across the world, not just particularly within India, but also from places like Dubai, UK, even in Canada itself. I have now formed a network of group of persons where I am in a position where I feel like I can go any part of the world globally, and I know someone on the ground that I can simply just shoot a message, and without even thinking twice, I have a chaperone or someone that can tell me about the actual feeling on the ground, the do's and the don'ts, and anything that I need to know, particularly within that region or that country. So it has been an honor and a privilege, more especially as a young aspiring lawyer to be. I find that having these small connections is definitely overwhelming at times, especially coming from such humble beginning. But more importantly, it is humbling when you have the opportunity to sit in a room with great persons of wealth, and they're acknowledging you for your simple but humble contribution.
Oh man, you make me feel so proud, man. My heart is just beating out of my chest. And Fabian is equally one of our ambassadors as well. He passed through the training, and he's one of our ambassadors. Let me open the screen. Please give him a celebrate him. Come on, celebrate our son. You guys are gonna get to meet him as well at the appointed times. But he's been one of the young men. His father went home under the Twin Towers. And I have adopted him and kept him and mentored him for many years. And he is a testimony to, if you aspire to do something great and you trust somebody's leading and pushing, you will do it. And I'm so proud of all of my sons. I have many sons and daughters, but equally Fabian outshines them. I love you dearly, son.
Thank you.
Oh, all right. So let's jump straight into the recognition section of this evening and just go on with it. We recognize you, our supporters and our contributors, second anniversary celebration. Right.
So the first person we recognize is Ambassador Dr. Anita Davis Defoe, who is our senior trainer and mentor here in the class of Steele. And Your Excellency, we recognize you for being an outstanding mentor in your teaching, in your guiding, and inspiring the members of the class of Steele as they work to achieve their goals in the dynamic environments which they operate. Thank you so much. You have inspired us Friday after Friday. You've given us loads of relevant information, timely inspiration, and have inspired all of us to work hard to achieve our goals.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency Dr. Anita Davis Defoe, who is the chief mentor and supporter, and she is my mentor in the class of Steele. She watches over me and First Lady, and when tears run from our eyes at 3 in the morning, she is right there to tell us, dry your eyes, it's gonna be all right. Your Excellency Dr. Anita Davis Defoe, we love you and appreciate you, man.
Good evening. I'm humbled and almost brought to tears as I was listening to all of the comments from those in the class of Steele, all of the ambassadors, the royalty, everybody that's sharing in this powerful circle. You know, we learn and grow from each other. And I'm humbled when I hear mention that I have really inspired someone or expanded someone's thinking, because that's really what leadership is about: part science, part an art. And just as I hope to have inspired and really sowed seeds of goodness in everyone, in their heart and their spirit, and ignited them to see purpose. I've learned quite a bit myself. That is what learning is about. And so I humbly accept this certificate, this source of recognition, because when I'm able to share, when I'm able to impart knowledge to others, when I'm able to help them inspire and do more, as my mentor, Dr. John Maxwell, does, and all of you in the class, you inspire me, and we learn from each other. That's the power of global true leaders. They expand their knowledge by listening and learning from others. There's so much power in groupthink. And when groupthink is allowed to really flourish and not be just people nodding their heads and not sharing, but when you can hear different viewpoints, that's how we grow. So I celebrate wholeheartedly with everybody when you see 2 years and you think about all what has been accomplished, how we have grown, and then think about what's going to happen in the years to go. So thank you so much. I celebrate all of you in the class of Steele. So excited to see all of you. I am Dr. Anita Davis Defoe, but in my village in Nigeria, I am known as Adia Iwana Itam, first daughter of the light. That is what I am known as in Akwa Ibom. Thank you, bless you all, and continue to walk and serve in goodness. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Your Excellency. Come on, let's celebrate her. Her Excellency, Dr. Anita Davis Defoe is also one of our ambassadors from the class of Steele, and she was honored in Dubai for her credentials, and she has equally brought a team together as well. Dr. Defoe, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you both.
Let's do this. So then we have His Excellency Dr. Ambassador Dr. Donald Ewers for being a long-standing member in the class of Steele. Your Excellency Dr. Donald Ewers, we celebrate you and we recognize you. You are family and you are a part of us. And we appreciate you for being in the class of Steele. Congratulations, Your Excellency, Dr. Donald Ewers. Then we also have, we're just gonna run through because we have quite a few individuals. So we're just gonna run through them. We'll just run through. Then we have Reverend Daniel Sapuru. Reverend Daniel, thank you so very much for your contribution and your part that you have played in the class of Steele. Reverend Daniel Sapuru, we appreciate you and we honor you amongst those in the class of Steele. Reverend Daniel Sapuru.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm very grateful. Thank you. Thank you. Obviously, this recognition will go a long way to boost my morale and the morale of my wife and the morale of everyone that knows me. Thank you. I'm very grateful. God bless.
Then we want to acknowledge our COO, and I think she is away on duty. She told me she was going to be in the class for a part of it. She's here?
Yeah,
Where is she?
She's under.
Oh, there's our, there is our ambassador, Her Excellency Doreen Baruji. You have to unmute because you're one of the persons that didn't speak. Our COO in the class of Steele, Your Excellency Doreen, and she is one of my choice mentees to the place of COO in the class of Steele, Your Excellency Doreen in Uganda.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Michael Steele and our First Lady, Jenny Steele. All the excellencies in the house, Minister Ewers, His Excellency Bishop Comfort, Dr. Anita Davis before, His Excellency Architect Olukoye Olusegun, and his lovely wife Adiola, and all the youth class of Steele members. I have missed you so very much. I have an assignment that I have to fulfill. This is why I have not been attending class. Even now, I have a team of people I have been moving with. As I was hearing everyone submitting, I was also attending to another group, but I managed to come in, and then suddenly my battery went off, and then we returned back to the hotel. I'm speaking to you from the hotel room, charging my phone. I appreciate and receive my recognition certificate. Your Excellency, Jenny Steele, thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve in the class of Steele. I can never take that for granted. I'm forever grateful. I am here as a result of the mentorship of the class of Steele and the team of the class of Steele, that I'm able to communicate openly. I'm able to make my submissions. I have a culture of the class of Steele wherever I'm going. I am an ambassador. I mean, I'm not being seen, not just in the class of Steele, even back home. But I want to say that this has been a great achievement for us in the class of Steele, second year running. It's not easy to hold this class together. I know I have been there. I wish I can always be coming into the class of Steele, but at the moment, I am representing the class of Steele, and we are sharing a lot of experiences, and what we have learned in the class of Steele, we are putting it into practice, especially integrity, especially confidence and remaining focused. I would like to appreciate His Excellency Dr. Michael Steele. This has been a very trying moment for us in the class of Steele where I have not been, but I know that I'm gonna be back very soon, and I will continue to serve as the COO of the class of Steele. I would like to just say just make my submission that I am so grateful for the class of Steele that got me from the bottom. I remember that topics we had, also getting out of disappointment and getting rid of all those obstacles. I'm glad to submit and to let you know that I've overcome all that. I have overcome it. I'm sharper than before. I am no longer afraid of the future. Actually, the future is bright. I want to say, Dr. Michael Steele, I don't want to say much because time is running out. Minister Ewers, thank you for being there for us. Bishop Comfort, Architect Olukoye, Adiola, Zionist, Her Excellency Zionist, thank you. Abu, Stephen Abu, oh, Ruth, you did very well. I was able to, so proud of you, the class of the youth, class of the young, overcoming all your fears. With that being said, I wish you beautiful celebrations for the end of year class of Steele. Jenny Steele, thank you for always putting all this together. Thank you for standing beside our mentor, our bishop, our friend, and our brother and our father. Greetings from Uganda. All, I did not mention Josh. Tell Josh we love him so very much. We love you guys. Thank you very much. Thank you for trusting me with the office. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Come on, let's celebrate our COO. Come on, she keeps us going. I had to allow her the opportunity because she keeps us going, and we appreciate you, Your Excellency. Then we have also, and I wish that I could run through this quicker, but that's all right. Then we have also Her Excellency, well, Bishop Dr. Comfort Adu. Bishop Dr. Comfort is our mummy in the class of Steele. Bishop Dr. Comfort Adu, I know you haven't said anything, but we have to allow you now to just greet us because you're one of the persons who didn't say anything at all. So Bishop Comfort, please go ahead and greet us. You're welcome. Congratulations.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Bishop Dr. Michael Steele. I greet you from Ghana, and I bring felicitations from the family. It's a good thing to be in the class of Steele. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, the First Lady, Jenny, Steele, and also His Excellency, Dr. Donald Ewells, the Chief of Protocol, and the Ambassador, Her Excellency, Dr. Anita Before, and also His Royal Majesty King Edwin. I think he has left, but these greetings also goes to him. I'm much thrilled to be in this conference as we are celebrating our second anniversary. It's been a pleasure being in the class of Steele. And I congratulate everyone for being here today. It's like it was yesterday when I came into the class of Steele, when I was introduced by Prophet for Odemba. But at the time that my heart was so disturbed, and join even another group was so too much for me. And when he introduced me, I told him, no, not this one too, because I know what happens in groups, but this one has been very different. The conference that was held on the video with His Excellency put me on the spot and said that, I said to myself that I think this one will not fail. Thank you, Your Excellency, you were down to heart. And I was very grateful for the introduction. Such a warm welcome that I received, I cannot forget it. Much more excited when I met them in Dubai. The Chief of Protocol, His Excellency, the CEO, the Ambassador, and Her Excellency, Dr. Anita Before and his son. It was a wonderful time. I thought that these people are very genuine and simple, in the sense that they are sincere and God-fearing people. People, men and women with integrity. I was so overwhelmed when I was made the rep for my country, Ghana, and also the rep for West Africa. I think, to me, to hold the monarchs of Africa is much to be desired. It is burning in my heart, and I cannot wait to roll out this project, God willing. The class of Steele has encouraged me in my moments of need. In terms of welcoming me into the family, I take it as my second family, and over glad to join the class, even in the moments when I'm feeling down. And I think this class of Steele, or this program that is being run by the class of Steele, is something to be envied. Because the topics that we learn things that we Embark what we work throughout the year. It is like something His Excellency and Her Excellency have foreseen and then brought it live on the program for us to look at. Lord, may the Lord richly bless you. And I am very much enthused by the way the First Lady works behind the scene. It makes this class very envious of people. And I'm very confident that the class of Steele is also about humanity, of which I'm also in it. When I started holding my events, awards program and the rest, I always end with making out humanitarian grants to other people, who are less and I know that I'm in the right place. I also look at this family, and when I say this family, I mean the Nicholas family, the Steele family, including Josh, who has been popping in and out and making the class very lively. And I believe, Your Excellency, you are on top. You are on top, so never lose that. I also sometimes wonder, and I see how is it so much that you have put in, and I wonder how much you receive before you put in these things, because we know that it is very costly to run such a program, but you have not relent your efforts. You always move on, and then we have the class of Steele. No wonder it is envied by most people. Your Excellency, I want to ask, how do you feel mentoring elderly people like your mom? How do you feel and mentoring us? And it is so exciting. I love the youth class that we meet every Saturday to see the nurturing of these young people to be our future leaders. Youth mentoring has been my heartbeat, which in so short a time, I'm very much enthused and proud of you. Thank you for all the effort that you have put in this good class. The topics in the adult and the youth class has helped me to boost up my mindset and ways of life, especially one topic taught by Her Excellency Ambassador Dr. Anita, I will never forget. She said, "You win or you learn." You know, we always thought that when you don't win, you lose. But she said, "You win or you learn." So that is something that I've been running up with. It has encouraged me, and I know that wherever I feel going down, I know that I'm learning something. And in the next moment, I'm expecting to come up. Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Anita. I will never forget. And also we thank Your Excellency that putting us through the Global Peace Ambassador course. And it has also shown us so many things, open our eyes, so that we know that whatever we are doing, it is for a purpose. And I saw the class of Steele youth, the display in Ghana. We are planning so much, and then we are waiting for the youth to come out on holidays and take them places. We'll do some excursions, and then we believe we'll be having more of what you just viewed. The Ampatampa, to it, or to cut it short, the need that the fight has been well resolved. It has been well resolved. Ampata means trying to resolve the two issues between people, and ampa meaning well done is good. So that is that. For the sake of time, I would like to end here by saying that I recognize all the ambassadors and both the youth ambassadors and then the senior ambassadors. What I will say that I did not mention most of your names, but I have you all in my heart. I love you all, and I'm very much, and so it's when I see you people, when I come on board on class meetings, the vision of 100 years program in the class of Steele, I'll even say that it has even been achieved. There's nothing that will stop a good project that we have put in line. So just be encouraged, Your Excellency, that your work will never be in vain. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. And warm greetings from Ghana. Hope we'll find time and then see people in Ghana very soon. I am Bishop Dr. Comfort Resledu from Ghana. Thank you so much.
Celebrate Bishop Comfort. Come on, let's just celebrate her. We're going to run through the certificates quickly because it's 15 more minutes to go before close, and you know that I try my best to be with time. So I'm just going to run through the certificates quickly, and it shows you how much we need more time for these events when we're going to do them. So let's go through, and we have His Royal Majesty Edwin Madu, Your Majesty. The class will still sincerely thank you for your outstanding contribution to our mentoring sessions as you continue to
with us, while allowing us to glean from the wealth of experiences and knowledge you have attained in your role as a leader. We also recognize you for your invaluable commitment to the education of people globally.
Your Majesty, you're one of my best friends, and Your Majesty, you have spoken quite lengthy, and we love you and we appreciate you. I'm going to run on, but just go ahead, Your Majesty. I see you got the smirk on your face. Go ahead, Your Majesty.
No, you can't change that with me. I know we're all running to meet up with time because you rightly said time is everything, and I like your punctuality. So thank you. I appreciate this certificate of recognition, and I appreciate all of us here in the class of Steele. I appreciate this family. Keep the light shining. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. You're very welcome. You're very welcome, Your Majesty. You're definitely welcome. And again, it's a pleasure having you in the class of Steele with us. Then we also recognize His Excellency Olusegun Olukoya. Architect Olusegun Olukoya, we appreciate you also for your contributions, your support for the youth. You were there in spite of your very busy schedule. Equally, you have your family there with you. So we just want to appreciate you. And for all of you who are getting certificates, all of your certificates are going to be sent to you in PDF format so that you will have them, and they will also be placed on the website for official verification. We want to acknowledge in his absence, Grandmaster Edward Scott. Grandmaster is, most of you in the adult class of Steele would not know Grandmaster, but he's actually in the youth section of the class of Steele, and he's there with the youth on Saturdays. And this will be sent to him in the class of Steele. In his presence, we have also Ethel is here, and Ujuvanji Cavazzeri. They're a part of the class of Steele youth as well, that he brought in to the class of Steele youth. Then we want to recognize personal achievements. There's some personal achievements that we want to recognize. Dr. Charles Onyechi. Dr. Charles was with us earlier, but he has stepped out as another engagement took him. But Dr. Charles has completed the act of prayer, his book, and we just want to celebrate him and acknowledge him for that accomplishment of completing his book during the time in the class of Steele. And we actually have #NewAuthor on his certificate, Dr. Charles Onyeshi. Then we have a recognition for Ambassador Margaret Ahmed. Margaret Ahmed is the class of Steele celebrate you for your outstanding contribution to the support and assistance of those in need through the establishing of Homemakers Women's Development Initiative. a registered NGO in special consultative status with the ECOSOC. We are proud to be playing a part in your continued development. We also recognize you for your invaluable commitment to the education of people globally. Go ahead.
Our next recognition section is for our associate mentors and conference speakers. First person is Miss Noreen Makasui, and we recognize her for her contribution to our training seminar, which was held back in July last year on getting your net to work. It was based on networking, and she did a wonderful, wonderful presentation. Very, very educative, I would say, and it has served the members of the class of Steele as well as the wider public well. Also participating in that particular training was Ambassador Dr. Hilary Emo. He is the president and leader for Leaders Without Borders Development Center, one of our partnering organizations. Actually, that's the one you were speaking about earlier, where our members attended their conference and seminar in Dubai in May. It was May last year and September. And they're going to be hosting it here in London on the 30th and 31st of this month, where we are partners with them in the collaboration of that event.
We also want to acknowledge and recognize Dr. Lenora Coleman. As a matter of fact, we would see Her Excellency Dr. Lenora Coleman, who passed through the ambassadorial training with us as well. The class of Steele sincerely thank you for taking the time to share your knowledge and giving healthy advice about diabetes and other non-communicable diseases to our members. We are indeed appreciative of your delivery of an insightful and guided lecture. And Dr. Lenora Coleman was introduced to the class of Steele by Her Excellency Dr. Anita Davis Defoe.
Shane, okay. So Shane Marshall, one of my fellow comrades from Barbados.
Student pilot.
He's also a student pilot like myself. We thank Shane very much for his time, the time he took to share with us his knowledge and best practices on effective communication. We truly appreciate the delivery of a very insightful and guided lecture. Thank you, Sheen.
Then we also recognize Mr. Stevenson Calendar out of Barbados, and Jeannie was his boss. You were his boss.
Well, I wasn't his boss. I wouldn't say I was his boss.
Not the boss.
Not directly, no.
Mr. Stevenson Calendar out of Barbados, we recognize him and we sincerely thank him for his outstanding contributions to our women and men's conferences on the topics, the value of building generational wealth, and men leading the way in building generational wealth in respective conferences. And Stevenson did a great job. Those two conferences, the men's conference and the women's conferences, are both online. So you can actually go and see him in those two conferences, and they are available online on our YouTube channel. And incidentally, please, if you have not already done it, please go and like and subscribe to the Class of Steele YouTube channel so that you will have access to all of our wonderful classes.
Next, we acknowledge and recognize Lady Margaret McNair, who was also one of the speakers for our women's conference. She dealt with the topic from pain to empowerment. We also thank her very much. We're appreciative of her insightful, inspiring, and it was very impactful, need I say,
Definitely.
on what she discussed. It was really eye-opening, and I thank her for that. All of us in the Class of Steele thank her for that and for her commitment to educating people all around the world.
And Lady McNair also is one of our friends and our very close friends for many years, over 10 plus years. and she will continue to be working with the class of Steele in sharing information and tools that will help the members of the class of Steele through Africa and the other regions to be more effective in their areas of endeavors or developmental needs. We also want to recognize Dr. Vanny B. Raw. The class of Steele sincerely thank her for her outstanding contribution to our women's conference on the topics Women Working with Women and Leaving a Legacy. And we just want to thank her for submitting and presenting a wonderful, insightful lecture on that conference.
Ms. Leila D'Souza. Ms. Leila D'Souza was one of our speakers for the Women's Conference on the topic Preparing for the Future and what it really means to prepare for the future. We thank her for her presentation, very insightful and impactful. And again, you can always go to the website, go to our website or to our Facebook page to review what was said in the conferences so you can refresh your memory and also to gain knowledge that you might have missed the first time when you participated in the conferences.
And I want to, the class of Steele presents a certificate of recognition to Professor Carlos Santos. Professor Carlos Santos, the class of Steele sincerely thank you for your outstanding contribution to our men's conference on the topic, Creating a Financial Legacy. Professor Carlos Santos, in his role and capacity as the founder and the CEO of Ethos Asset Management, Inc., is proficient and so eloquent in his presentation on financial literacy. And for those of you who are inclined to get more knowledge and insight into that, that is one of the lectures that you would want to go and take a look at and review. So we're truly appreciative of his delivery of a highly insightful, inspiring, and impactful lecture. We also recognize him for his invaluable commitment to the education of people around the world.
Mr. Martin Waitsman, we recognize you as well for your contribution to the men's conference. He dealt with the topic ethics and the social personality in business and life. Another very, very thought-provoking and insightful lecture from Martin Waitman. I thank you very much for your commitment to spreading information and sharing information with not only the members of the class of Steele, but he does it on a wider scale to people from around the world and in all walks of life.
Well, now comes the turn for, this is my favorite part, the youth arm of the class of Steele. We recognize you, the class of Steele youth, future focused conference speakers. And we have decided all of the conference speakers, we're going to recognize them. And this certificate of recognition is proudly presented to Ruth Gordon, Mrs. Ruth Gordon, and she is out of Botswana. And the class of Steele sincerely thank you.
Botswana, baby. Ghana.
Ghana. I'm sorry. I see Agnes is there laughing. Agnes, I see you. I'm sorry. Ruth Gordon, Mrs. Ruth Gordon, out of Ghana. The class of Steele sincerely thank you for your outstanding contribution to our first youth conference on the topic, the demand culture places on you in a new environment. Well done, Ruth, for your submission at that conference. Come on, let's celebrate Ruth. Well done.
Okay, next, this certificate of recognition is proudly presented to Mrs. Kanibi Uloma. The class of Steele sincerely thanks you for your outstanding contribution to our first youth conference on the topic, building a positive network of people. We thank you so much for delivering such an insightful presentation to us. And Mrs. Uloma is out of the country, Nigeria.
We're gonna present a certificate of recognition to Ujavanga Kavazeri, and I had to practice saying that so long. Ujavanga Kavazeri. I see Rufus clapping. Ujavanga Kavazeri, he is in Botswana. He's actually in Botswana. The class will still sincerely thank you for your outstanding contribution to our first youth conference on the topic, the value of strength when you are feeling weak. And he did an excellent job in presenting for that youth conference then. He did well. I think all of the youth did a very good job. They were nervous, they were calling and asking us how to put their presentations together. And we had a wonderful time putting them together and assisting our youth. Well done, Ujavanga Kavazeri.
The next person we give a certificate of, probably give a certificate of recognition to is Mrs. Yuzawara Unichi. Sorry if I'm also practicing pronouncing the names, but her name also is Mrs. Pretty. I call her Mrs. Pretty. That's also one of her names. And we thank you sincerely for your outstanding contribution to our first conference on the topic, the reason why I take notes. And she did an amazing job. And she is out of the country of Nigeria.
I think you need to take notes on how to say the name.
I do.
And then the next one, last but not the least, of course, we want to present a certificate of recognition. This certificate is proudly presented to Agnes Bananzi, Mrs. Agnes Bananzi. And you presented an outstanding contribution to our first youth conference on the topic, the reason why I hold back giving my response. We're truly appreciative of your delivery of a highly insightful, inspiring, and impactful lecture. We also recognize you for your invaluable commitment to the education of people around the world. And that is it. We recognize you. Special thanks.
Okay, this one,
you're finished.
No, we're not finished.
Oh.
There's another one that His Excellency doesn't know about. So surprise, this is yours. I know he wouldn't have wanted me to give him a certificate because he would say, but why? I'm the mentor and all that. But anyway, I did it. We did it. So on behalf of the members of the class of Steele, we want to give you a certificate of recognition. And the class of Steele team sincerely thank you, our founder, CEO, and chief mentor, for the vision you have birthed to enhance the lives of people around the world who desire to improve their lives and the lives of the people in their reach. So we thank you.
You didn't sign it, boo. Boo, you didn't sign it.
I'll go sign it.
Oh, class of Steele, come on, let's celebrate. We've come to the end. The time is now 3 minutes past 4, and I think we did well. Come on, celebrate yourself and each other. And there are other certificates that we have that we're also going to be sending out. All of the individuals who played a major role in the class of Steele, you are also going to be receiving certificates as well. So check your mail for those certificates that are going to come out. We're going to put them together and send them out. Those of you who want certificates officially printed, large, and official, if you want your certificates that way, please give a call to Her Excellency Jeannie Steele, and we can make arrangements to have them mailed out to you officially. But you will receive your certificate as a PDF, and it will come to you high quality so that you can print it yourself. With that being said, thank all of you so very much for being here with us this evening. We want to give special honor to His Royal Majesty Edwin Maju for going the course. You've been with us all evening, and we sincerely appreciate your presence and your time. For all of the ambassadors, our COO, Her Excellency, Dr. Anita Davis Defoe, His Excellency Architect Olusegun Olukoya, also our Chief of Protocol, His Excellency, Dr. Donald Ewers, and all of the others who are here with us this evening. We see you, Bella. We equally welcome and celebrate all of you that were a part of this amazing evening. I want to equally say a special thanks to those on YouTube, those on our Facebook pages, and those on LinkedIn and our social media platforms. We equally want to give appreciation for the Zoom platform. If it had not been for the Zoom platform in the first years and the time of our training, it was interesting how we all learned how to utilize the technology during the challenging times that had faced us. And Zoom has served us well, and we are very proud to be using the services of Zoom technologies. And Zoom reaches us in Ghana and all through Africa. The technology works. I want to appreciate all of you. We love you. We appreciate you. And I will tell you, I have not slept since yesterday. What time? I've not slept since yesterday. So I am out for the count. I'm going to have a well-rested time. Ladies and gentlemen, the class of Steele is officially closed until the 3rd of June, 2022, when we will resume classes. For those of you who are in the WhatsApp group, please keep the WhatsApp groups alive. And we will also be featuring some of those videos on our YouTube and our Facebook channel. We will be putting those videos that we have seen and done past times on our Facebook, so you can view those videos at your own convenience in the time that we are apart. So wish us well, and we look forward to seeing you guys in the next class. I'm His Excellency Dr. Michael Steele, and
I'm Her Excellency Jeannie Steele.
we love you, appreciate you. Goodbye and God bless you. And you could unmute yourself because the video is still going, so unmute yourselves. Goodbye.
Goodbye. God bless you all. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Congratulations, everybody. Well done. Well done. Well done.
Well done. Well done,
Good job.
everyone.
Well done.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Bye-bye.
First lady, you also deserve the award. Yes, yes, yes,
That's a good one.
deserve it. You deserve it more. You're always behind and doing all
She tricked me and awarded me. I wasn't supposed to be getting an award.
And you didn't.
I get my reward every time there's a class of Steele, every time there's a class of Steele. You see the smile on your face right now? That's my reward. Trust me. That's my reward. Thank you.
Okay. But the next time, Dr. Steele, you have to also go behind her and give her own.
Don't worry, she has a reward I will not tell you all about.
Okay.
Thank you, Architect Olikoya.
Bye, everyone.
Congratulations, everybody.
Congratulations, everyone. Bye-bye, Ruth. Bye-bye, Reverend Stephen Abu.
Bye-bye, everybody. We love you guys.
Say bye-bye.
Is that my grandma?
Yes.
Grandma!
Your Excellency, Dr. Lewis, thank you so very much, Your Excellency.
Bye, Reverend Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ruth, well done.
Yeah. Well done too. Congratulations.
Well done.
We did it together.
Well done to you guys.
Well done to you all. See you
Bye-bye.
Thank
Lovely
you.
family.
I see.
Bye-bye.
It's good night from China. Would there be class this
Good night,
evening?
China.
Good night, China.
Would there be class this evening? Would there be
No.
class?
No
Okay.
class this evening. No more class. No more class. 3 weeks. 3 weeks of rest. 3 weeks of rest.
Okay.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.